Blush to me has always been one of my favorite makeup categories, and I've been decluttering blush on my channel for I think well over 5 years now. And I'm actually now in the process of moving, and I thought it would be a really nice send off to share with you all of the blush declutters that I have done on my channel since living here, which is essentially over 5 years of blush decluttering. So essentially together we get to see hundreds of speed reviews of blushes, how my preferences in my collection has changed. Essentially, we're giving this old beauty room a little send off because it has been our little home together in our community. We thank it for its service. These are the last blushes that I need to actually pack up, but let me quickly show you the way my blush collection looks now. I have all of my powder blushes in this bag, all of my cream blushes in this bag, and another bag completely filled to the brim with cream blush. This is a lot of blush still, even after all of my declutters. If you guys would like to see me put all of my makeup into my new makeup storage of my dreams, and the way I'm storing everything, the way I'm organizing everything, make sure you are subscribed. I could not be more excited for those videos because I have never had makeup storage like this before. I just could not be more excited to share with you guys my entire blush collection and also, my eyeshadow collection, foundation, all of that good stuff. But before we get there, let's take a look at all of the blush declutters I have done thus far. I also want to give a huge shout out to Hannah Louise Poston. She did this video, she did an excellent job with it, and I think that it says a lot to her character that she was supportive of me doing it too. So make sure you go check out her video, and I'm sure you guys have already seen her channel, but I will leave both down below for you guys. And without further ado, let us begin. First, we're going to start off with this duo from Kosas. This is the Tropic Equinox. And this to me is really, really pretty. I would say it's kind of like a blush bronzer hybrid right here. And then I just keep this with my cream blushes. This truly is like such a pretty blush color. I do feel like I could get away with using this like on the cheekbones, but I don't think everyone would. I have an entire video on Kosas, but if there's anything to take away from this shade and this formula in particular is the shade's very unique. It has a slight sheen to it, but in general, the formula, you can even see it in the pan, it is buttery smooth. I really haven't used another cream product that really just melts the way that the Kosas does, so I'm definitely going to be keeping this. Next, I have this NARS blush in Madly, and I have to be honest, I really like this color. I really like the way it looks on my fair skin. That's the swatch right there. And it's pretty because it's something between a blush and a bronzer. You'll find that I really like something between a blush and a bronzer for my fair skin and for my hair color. In general, I think this is really pretty. Do I get enough use out of it? I don't feel like I do. So, though I love this, I do feel like it's best if I pass it along. Here's a palette that I initially really enjoyed. It's the Illume Trio from Hourglass. You can see I got a decent amount of wear out of this. I have to say though, the more I use it, I feel like I'm not like absolutely obsessed with it. I have to say that for the price, I don't think it's necessarily worth it. That being said, I do feel like this blush is gorgeous. I feel like the blush is where it really stands out. The highlight is also really pretty, but I do feel like it's slightly too deep to use for me as a highlight. But so there are the swatches right there. The blush is definitely where it's at. When you blend that out, it gives such a fresh look to your cheeks. So I definitely am going to keep this honestly just for the blush. Okie dokie, so the Glossier Cloud Paints. I cannot for the life of me find Dusk. I do have that somewhere. So long story short, as you can see, I really, really love Beam, and Dusk is my other favorite. Beam and Dusk are really like perfect everyday blush colors. seeing them all lined up like this, I kind of forget like how cute they are. But in general, if you're looking for a cream blush that really mimics the texture of a foundation, you want it to be pigmented and to last all day because it has that pigmentation, I think that you'll really like this. It leaves a little bit more of a satin finish to the skin. I don't think it's overly dewy, so if you have, you know, combination or even oily skin, I feel like you can still get away with using these. So let me get you some quick swatches. Okay, so we have Beam, Puff, Dawn, and Storm here on the end. So again, these are really, really beautiful products. So in general, I really like these. I'll be keeping pretty much all of them. And I will say that if you do want a discount, I am a Glossier rep, so I'll leave my link down below. Let's talk about a couple of Tarte blushes I have. So I have the shade Dazzled. I also have the shade Exposed, but I cannot for the life of me find it, so just keep that in mind. And then I also have Partey, and I don't think I've used this, so I'm going to declutter it and pass it along just because there's no use in me keeping this. As for Dazzled, I really like this if I want a more plummy purple blush. You can see there is like a slight sheen to it. You know what's funny? People always say Tarte blushes are so pigmented. I always find I really have to dig my finger in for a swatch, but you can see it right there. It's really nice. It has like that little bit of sheen. It looks really pretty on the cheeks in general, so I'll be keeping that. A blush I will be decluttering is this MAC Extra Dimension blush in Hushed Tone. This is really pretty, but on the cheeks, it is just way too much of a metallic sort of look. There, I don't know if you can see that. That to me looks way more like a highlight than it does look like a blush. And it is definitely unique. This is, to me, better for more like avant-garde makeup, but for everyday, I just don't think it's my favorite. I am going to declutter this. Blush I really love is this Flesh Beauty blush, and this is in the shade Hug. This is my perfect coral blush, and it's very pigmented. Here's a swatch for you. It makes my cheeks look so like alive. It really brightens up any look, and because it has that pigment, this is a very, very long wearing blush, but it won't skip on the face like some really, really pigmented blushes will. So in general, if you have oily skin and you're looking for a pigmented blush to really give your cheeks a pop of color, this is a really awesome option. Definitely. This was in my, I think, best of 2018 as well. It's really great. So keeping that. This is an oldie. This is the Burberry Earthly blush. This I haven't been using as much because I lost it. I don't know if you can tell. It's very soft. It's not crumbly whatsoever, but it feels super silky. But because this isn't super, super pigmented, it really gives such a natural look on the cheeks that I really like. I like bronzers that look very natural. I would prefer it not be too pigmented because I find that I end up really, in general, not coming out with a great bronzer look once I do that. So this is awesome. It reminds me of like a more luxe version of the Physicians Formula Butter Bronzer. So do you need to spend the money on this? No. Do I recommend it if you are feeling like treating yourself? Yes. So I'll be keeping this. A blush I'll be decluttering is this Hourglass Ambient Lighting Blush in Ethereal Glow. I have to be honest, I don't really get the hype with these. It just doesn't do much for me once it's on the skin. I just blended it out and it looks just almost like white. I never find myself reaching for this because of that. In general, I feel like one of my friends might get more use out of this than I have. And also, look at how gross it looks. I mean, so I will be passing this along. So speaking of Physicians Formula Butter Bronzer and the blush, I really love the Physicians Formula Butter Bronzer. You don't need to spend a lot of money to get a good bronzer, and I always go back to this one. Your face like a beautiful, beautiful satin finish. The color is perfect for fair skin, but they also have some deeper shades now, which is great. In general, it's effortless to blend. I love makeup that is effortless. You really can't fuck it up. That's my favorite. So I will be keeping this. This is in the classic bronzer shade. I have to say, like, the only thing I don't like about it is the packaging. The packaging is a little bit bulky. Aside from that, it's pretty perfect to me. As for the butter blush, I actually really like this. I just don't find myself using it. I don't even know if you can see that swatch. You can see kind of, I mean, a little bit, but in general, I think the formula is really pretty. It has that same sort of soft, silky quality that the butter bronzer has, but just not enough pigment. So though I have liked this in the past, I think it's time to pass it along. Another blush that I don't get why everyone loves this. This is the Marc Jacobs Flesh and Fantasy blush. I was so excited to get this and try this out. It's pretty because it has a more matte side and then it has that really very soft highlight to it. It's very pretty. Just every time I wear it, I'm not really impressed by the way it looks on my cheeks. It's not like it ever really completes my look, I guess. So I'm gonna pass this along. I do feel like other people in my life could get a lot of use out of this and enjoy this. Let's talk about 3 cream products that I recently got from Nudestix. So I hadn't bought anything from Nudestix, and I thought, well, you know, the Sephora VIB sale came around and I finally decided to pick up the ones that I had been looking at for a long time. So I picked up the shade Sunkissed. This is one of their new shades. I also picked up Bondi Bay. It's one of their classic bronzer shades. The Sunkissed shade is marketed more as like a flushed skin look, like almost like a burnt cheek look that you could use as a bronzer or a blush. And I also got the new Nudies Bloom, and it's a dewy version of their matte nudies, and I have to say I'm trying all of these out, and so far I'm really impressed. I wanted to quickly give you guys some swatches of the Nudestix. So this is Sunkissed, Bondi Bay. So these are the matte formulations, and then this is the new Nudies Bloom, the more dewy version, and this is in Sweet Peach. I'm actually going to be doing a video comparing the Nudies to the Milk Makeup lip and cheek colors as well as their bronzers. Milk Makeup matte bronzer in Baked is a holy grail for me. You get so much product, the value is exceptional, the product itself is so creamy. See it right there? It just blends out so effortlessly. It has pigment. It is, to me, a little bit more foolproof than something like the Hourglass product I was talking about before. And I recently picked up this lip color, the lip and cheek color, in work. Everyone seems to really like this color, so I wanted to pick it up and try it out for myself. Here it is on the top. This to me has a very, very similar formula to the bronzer, except this is a little bit more dewy. It blends out slightly easier as well. Really let me know down below if you do want to see that video, if you want me to compare the Nudies to the Milk Makeup products. So my sister got this Japanesque blush. It's the Velvet Touch blush in 02. Since she gave it to me, I really don't use it that much. There's nothing wrong with it, but I just feel like someone else could get more use out of it. I probably shouldn't have said that I could get use out of it either. I have plenty of blushes to go through, so I'm going to be passing that along. Another one is this Baked blush from e.l.f. I forget what shade this is. The sticker came out on the back. This is kind of like a bronzer blush hybrid. It has a little bit too much sheen for me to really look pretty on the cheeks, in my opinion, so I'm going to be passing that along. I'm also going to be passing along this Physicians Formula Argan Wear blush. This is really pretty. I do like it. And it's kind of the same feeling I have with the Butter Bronzer blush. This has a little bit more pigment than that one, and I do like it, but I feel like it doesn't do enough for me once it's actually on the cheeks. It's not giving me the incentive to bring it back out and keep using it because it doesn't really add that pop of color and that life to any look that I really use it in. So I'm going to be passing this along. This is one of my new favorite blushes. This is the Buxom Wanderlust blush in Dolly. This is extremely pigmented. Actually, so much so that I am surprised that I like this because, like I said before, I tend to be a person that really enjoys a little bit more of a sheer blush, something that really just washes over the cheeks. But once this is on, that has such a pretty, like, dewy look while being a powder. I don't know if you can tell there, but that color is not as plummy as it looks in the pan. It really will go with so many different looks. I don't think that you need to wear like a cool toned look to get some use out of this. The color is really, really gorgeous. It is so pigmented and lasts all day. Like in general, I feel like they really did something special with this blush, and it's hard for me to be impressed by a powder blush with this much pigment. So I really, really enjoy this. Definitely keeping this. Pearlescent Pink blush from Wet n Wild. I don't think that this is a bad blush, right? It's just so old that I feel like it's starting to get a little bit like crumbly. I got some use out of it while I could. I'm probably going to just throw this away. This little NARS blush in Glue, I think. This is pretty. It has like a little bit of that purpley sheen to it. I'm not gonna swatch it just because I seriously, it's barely touched, so I want to give this away to someone. I have this Elizabeth Arden Ceramide Blush in 01 Nectar. This is a very similar formula to the Kosas. It is just so creamy, and it just blends out and shears out into the skin beautifully. This was actually my grandmother's blush. I've talked about this before. I actually started crying in that video. But my grandmother passed away, and this was a little piece from her makeup bag, and I actually get use out of it, and I really like it. But I mean, even beyond that, it's just a nice little token, a little piece of her that I still have. So I'm going to be keeping this, of course. Next, I have this Burt's Bees blush, and this is in the shade Toasted Cinnamon. I like this. I'm not like obsessed with it. I like it for more of a bronzer blush hybrid sort of look. This is definitely like a one-step blush look for me personally. Just don't find that I'm reaching for it as much as I should. So I'm gonna keep it for a little bit longer, try and get some more use out of it. Anyway, I also have this Benefit Dallas. This is a blush bronzer hybrid in my opinion. I love the color. It's so beautiful if you have fair skin and you can't find a bronzer that really complements your skin tone. This one is really pretty because it has a slight rosiness to it. It reminds me a lot of the Sunkissed Nude Sticks cream blush, except in a powder form. So if you want a little bit of that bronzed, burnt cheek look, but you don't like cream products, look into Dallas. I think this is a really, really underrated product. And last but not least, we have the Charlotte Tilbury Contour Wand. This is really a very beautiful contour product if you like a natural contour. I have to say I don't tend to reach for it a lot just because I don't contour my face a lot. I would prefer my face look, you know, sculpted, but in a really natural way. And I think even if I use like the lightest hand with some contours, I can just see it on my skin. Really pretty though. So I'm going to be keeping it just for those nights where I do want a little bit of contour. Maybe I need my face to really photograph well and I want a little bit of shape. So I'll be keeping that for those nights. So these are the blushes that I'm going to be decluttering. And then these are the ones that I'm going to be keeping. Blushes and bronzers. I didn't get my collection down half, but I have to be honest, I really wasn't expecting that. This is definitely one of my favorite makeup categories. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. This always looks easier when everyone else does this on YouTube, but this is messy. Oh, this is messy. You could call this a cream blush declutter. You could call this a best and worst of cream blushes that I have. I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty of all of these cream blushes. I feel like I am the self-proclaimed cream blush queen. Emphasis on the self-proclaimed, but I figure I have so many. It is the season of giving. I should be giving some of these away. So if you enjoyed today's video, make sure to give it a thumbs up. Also, out of screen is this glass of wine. I've had the flu for a week and I haven't been able to drink anything, so I figured, you know, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so first off, let's start with the Honest Beauty cream blushes. And I wanna start off with these because truly, these are impeccable. I know these look grody, but I hope that you understand that because they do, it's because I love them. If you are looking for a cream blush that truly does it all, if you're afraid of cream blushes but you want to dabble into cream blushes,
these are, you know, best of the best. These are top 3 for me. They are incredibly pigmented, but also easy to work with because they wash out over the skin in a little bit more of a matte way. You're not going to apply too much and look overly dewy. They're not going to move the foundation under them. The colors are very, very gorgeous and they're incredibly affordable. They really are very, very versatile products. I love Peony Pink and Coral Peach the most, especially Coral Peach. If you're looking for the perfect like sun-kissed sort of look, this gives it to you instantly. And Peony Pink is nice for every day. I think this color is super pretty. So I'm going to keep these two. This berry shade, I don't get a ton of wear out of. I just feel like berry shades, I don't reach for them too often. I have 2 different berry blushes. I want to just keep one. So we're going to put this over here in the maybe. We're going to keep these 2 and we're going to keep moving on. All right, this is the Kosas Tropic Equinox Cream Blush. And in general, these Kosas formulas, they're incredibly creamy. The product itself really, really melts, slightly orange, which I love. But the great thing about it, it's orange, but it's more wearable. So I love this for more of a cream bronzer slash blush look. I'm a huge fan of multitasking products. If I can get a really pretty sun-kissed look with just one product rather than using a blush and a bronzer, I love those shades. I think they're super unique. And for someone with more fair skin, I think that they work really well. This also comes with a highlight. I feel like the highlight is just slightly too dark for me. I feel like it matches my skin tone, and I want my highlight to be just a little bit lighter than my skin tone. But I do love this shade a lot, so I am going to keep this. But I do wish that Kosas had this shade without the highlight attached to it. I have more than 3 cloud paints from Glossier, and I'm just not sure where they went. Yeah, I'm not sure where they are. But I will say that we happen to have like my 3 favorite colors right here. Dusk, Beam, and Dawn are all of my favorites. If you're looking for a very, very vibrant blush to put at the very top of the apples of your cheeks, it's so gorgeous. It will give you that little tinge of red orange that I'm telling you looks so pretty. And just right on the apples of the cheeks, it is so pretty. It really brightens up any look that you use it with. I mentioned these in my best of Glossier video, so I will leave that link down below just in case you're interested. And I will have most of these products linked down below for you guys. But long story short, I love these because if you're looking for a blush similar to the Honest Beauty that's creamy, but it's not overly dewy. These are definitely more on the natural side. They're not completely matte, but these are pigmented, so you can really build up the color if you'd like, but you can also wash them out to look very, very natural. They're so easy to blend once they're on the skin, and they're nice because you can kind of mix the colors and create, you know, a more customized blush look. But in general, I love them because 1, they're long wearing, 2, they always look natural and pretty, and 3, they're actually pretty affordable for the amount of product that you get. And for the pigmentation and the longevity, I think that these are definitely one of Glossier's star products. So I'm going to be keeping all 3 of these. I've only given away 1 blush. Should I be alarmed? Okay, let's talk about 2 blushes that I know I will be giving away. These are the Daniel Sandler watercolor blushes. I have 2 shades. I really like these, but unfortunately, when I started wearing these, I did feel like they were breaking up my foundation or kind of just lifting up the coverage it was giving me. I like how liquidy they are. I like how easy they are to apply to the skin. But as a whole, I just never find myself reaching to them. I do think that the formulas are nice. Kind of remind me of airbrush makeup, and I think that they would work really well in that application. But I have to be honest, I just don't reach for them. And it's a waste for me to keep them, especially because these have a 6-month shelf life, which is actually not that great. So I just feel like I should pass these along to someone that would enjoy them more. We will put these over here in the giveaway pile. Let's talk about a cream blush formula that I love. The ColourPop stick blushes are so good and very, very affordable. So if you're into cream blushes and you want to go the more affordable route, Honest Beauty is obviously, I think, my #1 pick. Close second is probably these. I have two shades. I have the shade Roosevelt and Invite Only. Invite Only is really, really pretty. It actually looks deeper than it is because this formula, right out of the stick, it looks very, very pigmented, but it blends out and shears out so easily. You can see it right there that it isn't so pigmented. I love Roosevelt because you guessed it, this is kind of a mesh between a bronzer and a blush shade. If you're really into the nude sticks Sunkiss shade, if you've been wanting to try that one, this is kind of a more affordable dupe. The shades aren't exactly the same, but this will give you a similar effect. I love Roosevelt. I think the formula is kind of like a gel stick. It is really easy to apply. If you did want to just apply it to the skin from the stick and then blend it out, makes it super easy. So this is great for on the go. I don't use Invite Only as much as I do Roosevelt, so I am going to give this away. This is one I will be keeping, and it is the Stila Convertible Color, and this is Lilium. This is an OG for a reason, and I mentioned this in the review I did of this video. By the way, I've done reviews and videos on pretty much all of these products, so I will leave as many links as I can find down below. This formula is really, really nice. Do I think that there are other comparable formulas out there now? Yes. This is a sheer product, so it's going to go on the skin very sheer and dewy, and I like that about this. I think most of us that like very natural, dewy makeup, you're going to like this. And I can't really see too many people that would dislike this product. It's really gorgeous, but I do feel like now there are other cream blushes out there that give me a little bit more oomph. I love that it is in a pan. I can dunk my beauty blender in, apply it to the cheeks, and be done. Maybe if it was a different color. I feel like after kind of talking this product out, I've realized that my heart isn't really with it right now, so I should probably pass it along. Because, you know, if I have this out and I have the Stila out, I'm gonna go for this one. So the Nude Sticks matte. I actually did an entire video about the Nude Sticks mattes versus the Nudies Bloom. I'll leave that link down below because I think that's really going to interest some of you. I much prefer the Nudies matte formula, and it's because the formula to me is so unique. It's more on the matte side, but it's still ultra pigmented and ultra creamy. It's very easy to blend on the skin. And because the texture really mimics the skin very well, it's one of those blushes that's really going to be able to give you the effect of, you know, not knowing where the blush starts and ends. And that's really my goal whenever I'm doing makeup, to make everything look as seamless as possible. This is a very, very expensive cream blush. But I do think that for at least this formula, the price warrants it. And I really go back to it quite often and really, really enjoy this one. So I will be keeping this one. I think it's really great. Next, we have the Physicians Formula Dewy Blush Elixirs. I have two shades. I have Gorgeous Peach and Pink Berry. If you are looking for a cream liquid blush at the drugstore, look no further. These are really, really great. One thing I love about this formula, and I talked about this, I did an entire review about this product, is I don't know if you can tell, but it's very, very dewy and liquidy, but it has a little bit of that translucence. You can barely see my skin shining through, which ends up making this a very natural blush. You also get quite a bit of product with this. You get 0.5 ounces. So though this is more expensive, you know, Physicians Formula is considered high-end at the drugstore, you actually get quite a bit of product in it. Price per ounce ends up being a little bit more affordable than you would think. The peach is definitely my favorite. I do like the pink berry shade, but it's just a little bit too pink, a little bit too cool toned for me. So I'm going to give away the pink berry shade, and then I'm going to keep peach. Now we have two products from Milk Makeup. I think you guys will be interested in seeing me compare these two. So here goes nothing. This is the shade Work. This is the lip and cheek color. And then this is their Glow Oil blushes. The Glow Oils are smaller, you can see, compared to the normal cream color. So your price per ounce is not as great with the Glow Oils. One thing, I was really excited about these because I love a very dewy formula, obviously, but unfortunately with these Glow Oils, I found that it broke up the makeup under it, and more so than the Daniel Sandler blushes. I just felt like it looked a little bit odd on my skin once I applied it as well. There is a little bit more of like a white base to this shade at least. This is the shade Flare, and I felt like there was too much of a white base and I could kind of see it on the skin. That could very well be just this color, but in all honesty, if this formula is consistent throughout the shades, if the other shades break up the foundation the same way that this shade does, I don't necessarily recommend these, so I will be giving this away. I actually really love the cream lip and cheek colors from Milk. I actually really like the Baked bronzer. The Baked bronzer is like holy grail for me. The shade Work is really great for every day. Because you get an entire ounce in here, the price per ounce is also amazing. This ends up being more like drugstore pricing. I always want to inform the people watching my videos that though the price may say, 20 bucks, if you're getting a lot more product, if you can swing it, it might be better to kind of shell out a little bit more money than going with, the $5 bronzer with zero point 0.1 product. I really like this one. I'm kind of on the fence though, because if I'm looking at my other cream blushes, I know I'm going through them quicker, which might mean that this shade in particular isn't really striking my fancy right now. So I think I'm going to see if one of my sisters wants this because the formula is really good. Okay, so this one's pretty hard for me. This is the Elizabeth Arden Ceramide Blush in Nectar. I touched on this in my last Best of Beauty video. This was my grandmother's blush before she passed away last year, and I've kept it since, and it means a lot to me. I know that possessions are kind of weird. People aren't necessarily in the possessions, but it reminds me of her, and I love to see it with my other products. She's always kind of been the epitome of beauty. I remember looking at her blushes and her lipsticks and all the beautiful colors within her vanity when I was a little girl. And it just reminds me of her every time I look at it. And I think we need those reminders in our life. Life is super precious. I'm sorry to get so deep in this like declutter video, but it's true. So I am going to keep this. I think it's really important that I think it keeps me grounded and it keeps me always thinking of her. Okay, I've talked about these so often because truly they're amazing. The Cosmetics serum blushes are some of my favorites. I have all 4 shades. Sunset Sky is my favorite. It is such a pretty bright coral blush. It's going to give you a beautiful orange pop. And if you apply it well, if you apply it just barely on the very tops of your cheeks, it looks like sunburn. I've gone through a lot of this, so I'm keeping that one. Now here's what I wanted to talk about. The Soft Amethyst shade. This is the berry shade from Cosmetics. I also have this berry shade from Honest Beauty. I wanted to kind of pick between the two. I don't know, it's difficult because these formulas are so different. All right, there's Honest Beauty. It's very pigmented. Yeah, so Them Cosmetics is much more sheer. And I think for that reason, because this is already a pretty strong color for me, typically, I'm going to keep the Cosmetics just to have one berry shade on hand. I'm also keeping the shade Pink Nectar and Rose Milk. If you want swatches of all of these, and a full review on the formula, I'll leave my review down below. Passing this along. It's really hard to explain this formula because it is unlike everything I've tried before. It has oils, but it doesn't break up my foundation, which blows my mind. I don't know how they do it, but they have managed to do it. It's going to give you really dewy cheeks, but it lasts because it has pigment to it. Some shades are more pigmented than others. For example, the Rose Milk shade I think is less pigmented, whereas the Sunset Sky is pretty pigmented. I think it's hands down the best Cosmetics product that I've tried. Speaking of dewy cheeks, I will be keeping this, spoiler alert. It's the Flower Beauty Blush Balm in the shade Pinched. This is a more affordable option if you can't go for something like the Cosmetics. This is going to give you a super dewy blush look. The actual formula has a little bit more creaminess than something like the Cosmetics. Nevertheless, I love the way that this looks on the cheeks. Actually, so to do a quick comparison of these two, because I do think that that might be super helpful. I mean, these are both cream liquid products at the drugstore. The Physicians formula has more pigment to it, okay? If you want super dewy, glassy skin, barely there makeup, very natural, go with the Flower Beauty, I think. Not that the Physicians formula isn't that, but it has more pigment to it. So if you want something super fast, I tend to go towards the Flower Beauty. If you just want more product, more intensity within the pigment, I think that this is gorgeous. So these are all the cream blushes that I am keeping, and these are all the ones that I am giving away. Honestly, this wasn't really like a I'm gonna be super cutthroat sort of video. These are my favorite products to use. I just wanted to go through my products and see which ones I know I'm not going to use up, and I think that's these. All of these over here, I think that I will love, and really I reach for so often that it doesn't make sense for me to keep these. So make sure that you guys give this video a thumbs up if you found it enjoyable. I will have all of these products linked down below for you guys. Make sure you subscribed, and I'll leave some of my other declutter videos down below just in case you guys are interested, and I will see you in my next one. Here's what we're working with. I have a lot of cream blush, obviously, and it's probably, I think, my favorite makeup category to review, to play with, to try. Let's just... yeah, no one needs this much cream blush. But this does give me an opportunity to review every single formula that I own to hopefully give you an idea of the formulas that you might like and the formulas that you might want to stay away from. So first up, we have the Patrick Ta Double Take Cream Blushes. You can see they're a little messy because I use them quite often, especially the shade in Do We Know Her. This is a really gorgeous shade that I love. You can see the powder is just a really pretty peachy pink, very wearable, but then you take the cream, and that's how this whole product works, is that you take the powder and then you just sort of tap the cream right on top, and the cream is more of a pinky sort of coral shade, and it ends up being such a complementary duo with each other because on the apples of the cheeks, or really anywhere you just want that sort of pop, you can add the cream for a little bit more pigment, but you still have this really pretty peachy base to the cheeks that I think makes for a really pretty three-dimensional cheek look. As a whole, I think it actually ends up being very flattering to the cheeks. Again, it gives them a shape, it gives them a pop. It's a great technique, and they have made it very easy with this compact. And then I also have She's So LA, which is more of a bronzy shade, and I have to say I'm not as impressed with this one as I am with Do We Know Her, because I think you might be able to even see with the powder that the powder has a little bit of a sheen to it, like a sort of shift, which is okay, but I think sometimes it can highlight my texture, which I'm not a fan of. I do really adore the cream on this though. I think this is a really gorgeous bronzy cream. I use it on the cheeks on its own. I'm just not a fan of that powder as much as I am with this one. The powders are very thin, they're finely milled, they go on beautifully, and I know it seems a little bit weird to apply a cream on top of a powder, but it really works with this formula. I was surprised myself when I was reviewing these. So absolutely love this formula, especially the shade Do We Know Her, like I said before, and you'll probably be seeing this in a best of 2020 makeup because this summer it's been a go-to, a standby to throw onto the cheeks. Actually, I have a paper cut on this finger and I keep using it to swatch. Speaking of another product that I really enjoy for summer, but
I mean, honestly, I love it year round. It is the Nudies Matte in Sunkissed. The reason I really enjoy this color is that it is kind of like a blush bronzer in one. And if you are someone like me that has pretty fair skin, it can be very difficult to find a bronzer that is flattering on the skin. This could certainly be used as a bronzer, but I prefer to use this just all over the cheeks. Like in the name, it gives you a very pretty sun-kissed look. The blend is very effortless with this formula. The Nudies Matte formula is one that people have recommended for a long time for good reason. It's because it's so versatile. With some cream formulas, you get more of a really sheer and dewy finish. That tends to be the go-to formula with a stick product. But this offers a really gorgeous sort of blotted matte finish, which makes it last a very long time on the skin, but it doesn't look flat. It still will give the skin a lifelike look, which is very much appreciated because you guys know I prefer for my skin to look like skin. With cream products, I think the advantage to using them is that they look more lifelike on the skin. So this is a really great long wear formula, and I just recommend this shade for sure if you have fair skin and you've been looking for a sort of bronzy blush shade and you haven't been able to find one that you like. I definitely recommend this one. This is another blush launch that you guys have probably already seen on my channel, and these are the Fenty cream blushes. These are the two that I have kept. This is the shade Fuego Flush, and this is the shade Daiquiri Dip. I think both shades are absolutely gorgeous, and that is not a surprise because I actually truly think that Fenty creates some of the best makeup shades. Their shades, in my opinion, really are so well executed across the board. I mean, within their lip glosses, obviously their shade range as well. That ended up being no different with these blushes because you can see that these are very unique shades, but they are surprisingly wearable. Shade Daiquiri Dip is the perfect sunburnt red, absolutely gorgeous, and you can see it will blend out to more of a matte finish. And then there's also the shade Fuego Flush, which a lot of people would probably look at and be a little bit scared of. But personally, this is my favorite. It's more of like a tangerine orange yellow, such a unique shade, but there is like a fine glitter throughout, and I'm not sure what it is. Once you apply it to the cheeks, it just makes them pop. It really gives them a life, and I'm also not someone that likes glitter in my blush really at all, and this one somehow looks really pretty. This to me is one of the most unique blush shades that I have tried, so if you've been interested in the line and you're willing to kind of try something new, I 100% recommend Fuego Flush. But I have talked about in my review of this formula, they're just a little bit more difficult to blend than I would like personally. I think Fuego Flush I don't have as much issues with. I have found a couple of colors that are very close to these that I will show you a little bit later in the video. So yeah, I think the formula is nice, but there are some others out there that I think are better. Next up, we have these two blushes that I just love so much. And I think a lot of you probably already know that, but if you don't, or if you have not tried this blush, please do yourself a favor and pick one up. These are the Honest Beauty cream blushes. You can see they are pretty gross, especially the shade. But if anything, I hope that's just a testament to how often I use them and how much I adore them. This is the shade Coral Peach. Coral Peach is my favorite. If you couldn't already tell, I love a peachy coral blush quite a bit. And oh gosh, just a gorgeous creamy formula. And then this is the shade Peony Pink. Also an absolutely stunning formula. You can see the pigment is incredibly even. It's creamy, but the one thing that makes this formula so unique is that you could pretty much apply this with your eyes closed and it would look good every single time. The formula is pretty because it's creamy. You can see it blends really well onto the skin as well. I need my cream blush to blend as quickly and as easily as possible, and this one certainly does. But it also gives the cheeks a little bit of a stained effect while also looking lifelike and pretty. These last an incredible amount of time on the skin. They're quite
pigmented, as you can see, which I think is a really good thing if you're looking for that creamy pop. But what sets this apart is that you could literally do your entire face. You could set your face with a powder, and then you could use a stippling brush or a beauty blender and just take a little bit and pop it onto the cheeks, and it would look perfect every single time. The formula is so fuss-free. That's really something that I look for in my makeup products, is that if they're consistently looking good every single time that I wear them, that is to me what sets a makeup product apart. If they're a little bit fussy sometimes, you know, like something like the Fenty, you know, I'm way less likely to put them on. Especially, you know, I want my makeup to look good every time, don't we all? I love when a product is so consistent with application, and these 100% are. I honestly don't think I've ever had a bad blush day when I've worn these, and they're also affordable, so that is always a good thing. So absolutely recommend these. Have recommended them for a very long time, and every person I turn them on to says they really enjoy them. A blush product that I am really glad that I retried is this lip and cheek color from Milk Makeup in the shade Work. So this was a very well-loved cream blush by many for a long time. You can see it's just a very neutral, perfect, like everyday pink shade. But, you know, I was a little bit underwhelmed, and I do think it's probably because of the shade. I just think this shade in particular is a little bit too neutral for me. I do prefer a blush with a little bit of pop, but if you are looking for an ultra creamy cream blush that is very easy to work with, like you could literally take this, just swipe it on the cheeks, pat it out, and it would work. This is certainly one that I would recommend. And I think what makes the Milk Makeup cream products as a whole really nice is just they're dewy, they're fresh, there's something very effortless every day about them. They always come in travel-friendly packaging, and the formulas are just so easy to work with. I also feel the same way about the Milk Makeup Cream Bronzer. If anything, that's like one of my favorite cream bronzers of all time. I would just like to see Milk Makeup come out with a few more shades, some more deep shades. I would love to see like a really bright coral red. I mean, surprise, surprise, of course I would. So yeah, I just think they need to come out with some more shades because this formula is really good. Perfect for someone that just wants a fresh, dewy, everyday cream blush look. Also, something that I always mention with these is that you get an entire ounce of product. It's very common with a cream blush that you probably get around 0.2 to 0.3 ounces of product, and you get an entire ounce of this. So price per ounce, this is actually really affordable. So I always like to mention that. Next up, we have the Tower 28 Beach Please in Happy Hour. So I really wanted to love this. I actually had purchased one of the other shades, like the more nude pink shade, when these first came out. And back then I had experienced a little bit of patchiness. Like the product didn't necessarily want to stick to my cheeks, which was really disappointing because I think the creaminess and the way it looks is so gorgeous. You can see that is the shade, I just said it, Happy Hour, and just a stunning shade, completely up my alley. I adore the packaging, but there's just something about this shade as well. So I think it's just something about this formula that doesn't want to stick to my cheeks in certain areas. So I experience a little bit of patchiness. It's really disappointing. And the reason I haven't decluttered this yet is just because I will occasionally try and still make it work, but I haven't been able to, which is disappointing just because I think that this is such a gorgeous color. Again, love the packaging. I think the formula is really pretty too. Just something about it doesn't work with my skin. So unfortunately, this is a pass. Like I said before, if I can reach for a cream blush like the Honest Beauty and I know it's going to look good every single time, you know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not going to reach for this one as much. Next up, we have the Color Serum blushes from M Cosmetics. These are really an incredible formula, and I was really lucky to have received these from M Cosmetics when they first launched, but I know that now they actually have more shades, which I'm totally interested in. So this formula is right up someone's alley that loves a really juicy, dewy blush look. I mean, look at that, guys. It is
a juicy, glassy looking blush. It will just give you that really glowy blush look very quickly. This is my favorite, which is why I swatched it first. It's the shade Sunset Sky. I got my sister onto this shade. If you apply this just to the tops of the cheeks, it will add that really beautiful pop. It will make your skin really look alive and very dewy, obviously. But it's also so nice because it kind of just looks like you have that touch of sunburn sort of peeking through your cheeks, which I think is a beautiful look. I also love the shade Pink Nectar. I put out way too much on my hand, but you get the picture. This is also a really vibrant pink shade. And in the bottle, I would be a little bit nervous to try it, but when you actually blend it out onto the skin, it gives you such a vibrancy. I think they did a really good job with these shades because they are so fresh looking. There is also the shade Rose Milk, which I know is a fan favorite because it's just a really perfect neutral pink. It's really nice to wear for every day. I think if you are just getting into cream blushes and you're afraid to kind of venture out, going with a more neutral pink shade is a good way to just try it out. This is a good shade to start with, in my opinion. And then there's also the shade Soft Amethyst. I am not a huge berry blush fan, but this one is really soft and pretty. And you can see that this blends out effortlessly. They have incorporated oils in here, so you can see that they sheer out really prettily, even with a very pigmented shade like Soft Amethyst. Like I said before, Sunset Sky is my favorite. These blushes are really perfect for those of you that love a glass skin look. You want that color and that pop to your cheeks, but you still want your skin to look dewy and fresh. I actually apply these and skip highlight completely. I even bring this color up onto the cheekbones. It just makes the quality of your skin look good. So I highly, highly recommend these if you love that really juicy blush look. Next up, let's talk about this little blush from Elizabeth Arden. It is the Ceramide Cream Blush in Nectar. And in my last sort of blush collection video, I mentioned this because this was actually my grandmother's before she passed. And I received her makeup bag and wanted to keep something of hers, so I decided to keep this. This is more of like a keepsake item, obviously. I have actually worn it a few times back when I had first received it, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful formula. Honestly, I don't want to swatch it just because I want to keep it for as long as possible, but it's a very, very creamy formula. I love how compact it is. It's like a little macaroon. It reminds me of her. It reminds me of how much I love her. I will always keep it, and I will always continue to mention it. A blush that's actually often compared to the Glossier Cloud Paints is the Flower Beauty Blush Bombs. I only have one shade. This is the shade Pinched. This just has such a glossy, pretty formula to it. You can see it gives you quite a bit of shine. This shade is not super, super pigmented because it's more of like a neutral peachy brown, but I've heard that other shades are more pigmented, so you'll just have to look through the shades and see which one best suits you. But I absolutely adore this formula because it's so easy to work with. It's quite dewy. You also don't have to worry about it really picking up your foundation, which I think some people do worry about when you're dealing with a super, super dewy blush. You can see that you can blend it out and sheer it to make it just look one with your skin, which I also really enjoy about these. There's something incredibly natural about them. They never look heavy on the skin, which is something I also worry about with more dewy blushes. It gives a life to the cheeks. They're affordable, and the shades across the board are just really beautiful as well. As for affordable blushes, this is definitely one that I recommend over and over if you really want a pretty dewy flush to the cheeks. Now, this one doesn't last a very long time on me, and that could be in part due to the color, but for the look that it gives the cheeks, I tend to not mind as much with this. If you're looking for a more long wear blush that's affordable, I would probably recommend the Honest Beauty. But if you want more of just a fresh, everyday sort of cream blush that gives you a lot of dew, I definitely recommend this one. Another cream blush that I definitely recommend is this one from Wet n Wild. And you never would have been able to tell me that Wet n Wild would be able to create a cream formula that I would really enjoy, but they absolutely have. This is the shade Hustle and Glow. I actually put this on my boyfriend one time and it looked gorgeous on him. I was actually kind of jealous. And anyway, so this is a perfect like
tangerine shade. You can see it has a slight shift to it. So does this remind you of anything? Personally, this reminds me quite a bit of Fuego Flush from Fenty. Now, the shades aren't completely the same. I mean, you can just look at this. It is pretty close. Like, it's gonna give you a very similar look. This is obviously way more affordable. They do have some other shades. The thing that I think makes the Wet n Wild superior in formula to the Fenty, in my opinion, is you can just see how easily it wants to blend and mesh into the skin. There's a silkiness about it, but it's still not too slippy that it wants to slide all over the face. This is a beautiful stick product to literally just apply straight to the face, and I definitely don't recommend that most of the time. So it's just such an easy product. It's affordable and accessible, and it's also a really fun color. So if you've been thinking about playing around with kind of like a tangerine orange blush, this is a really good place to start. I highly recommend this, and I've worn it on multiple occasions and just have felt so fresh. It gives you that vibrant look to your cheeks that's really nice, especially in the summer. And it also has that sort of shift and sheen to it, but there's no visible glitter once it's on the skin. So this little tin is the Skin Food Fresh Fruit Lip and Cheek. And this, guys, is a total hidden gem. First of all, wow, look at those shades. So fresh and juicy, like perfect little fruit colored shades. And what's so beautiful and unique about this, in my opinion, is that they did kind of give you a palette format. So you could blend and mix colors to get like the perfect shade that you're after. And all three of these shades are absolutely stunning. There's just this absolutely beautiful strawberry red shade that it's just to die for. Like, even looking at this makes me hungry. Like, it makes me want just like a big bowl of strawberries. There's also this more peachy pink shade that's perfect for like an everyday neutral look. It has a pop to it, but it's not really strong like this one is. It's kind of like a fresh grapefruit color. Absolutely stunning orange shade at the bottom. Look at that. They just are incredibly creamy, so smooth. Even putting my finger into the pan to swatch them is satisfying because they're so melty, but they're also quite thin. So they don't feel heavy, creamy on the skin, but they still offer you such a gorgeous, dewy, like fruity blush look. I really love the name because it's just so accurate to the colors and the way they actually look on the cheeks. In my opinion, this is a total hidden gem. The packaging is also absolutely stunning. And I just think in general that Korean makeup is quite underrated. And as a whole, I just think the formula is so on point. I've definitely tried some Skin Food skincare, but I was so pleasantly surprised by these blushes. They're just so fresh, so easy. And I did want to mention that if you were looking into something like Daiquiri Dip from Fenty and you weren't a fan of the way the formula blended, you can see that this palette will give you a very similar look. So that is Daiquiri Dip. You can mix and match these shades to pretty much get a very similar look to that. So I highly recommend this. It is more dewy than the Fenty formula, but I still find that this wears really well on my skin. I never find that it picks up my foundation. So such a little cute hidden gem that I definitely recommend. Next, we have the Stay Naked face and lip tints from Urban Decay. These are a new launch from them that I actually recently played with in a playing with new makeup video. This is the shade 1993 and this is the shade Bang. So these are very dewy but pretty sheer formulas. You can see that they give you quite a lot of light, but the weird thing about this formula is just how slippy they are. You can see that this has really blended out very quickly, and it just leaves you with like a barely there sort of look, especially the shade 1993. Now, Bang will leave a little bit more color. You can see that one is a little bit more pigmented, But I just think that this is not going to be a suitable formula for a lot of people. And because they are so slippy and because they're so like buttery, like very, very, very melty. You can see that they kind of just like immediately melt when you put them onto the hand. I think that though they look really pretty when done well, I think they could just be a little bit finicky with other products because they are so slippy. Now, there are some formulas out there like the Cosmetics drops that if you like really try, you could probably screw up your foundation using these if you were just kind of using them haphazardly. But if you're just gently patting them onto the skin, they're not going to. But I feel like a product like this, a lot more people would have difficulty with them because of how slippy they are and because the pigment isn't really there. So you're going to want to kind of build them up. And I think that's when you might start seeing some issues. So though I think in theory it's really pretty and I do think that they have looked cute on my cheeks before, I do think that there are just some other options around this price range that I would recommend over these. Again, the Patrick Ta blushes, the Nude Sticks blushes, even the Cosmetics blushes if you really want that dewy, fresh look. So do I think they're bad? Absolutely not. But do I think I'm going to be reaching for them a lot? Probably not. Again, just because I have standbys that I always depend on. Consistently, they look good on my skin. That's what I really look for. Another blush I recently tried this year is the Milani Cheek Kiss blush. It is a liquid blush. I have the shade Nude Flush. And I think this is a really pretty cream or liquid blush for those of you that just want a very fuss-free everyday cream blush. You can see right now it has a little bit more dew, but this does set down on me a little bit. So it's not going to leave you with a super, super dewy finish. There's just something very effortless about this. I think the pigment is really pretty. It won't pick back up on itself. It's been super exciting for me to watch drugstore brands go into the cream blush realm, if that makes sense. But a liquid blush like this is going to be really easy to work with. They have very neutral shades. They have a couple of more like bright pops of color. So yeah, if you were looking around online or at the drugstore and you were wondering about these, I definitely think they're pretty and they're a good alternative if you were looking at something like the Flower Beauty blush bombs, but you want something a little bit more on the natural side. These lean more natural and these will really give you that like more glassy look to your skin. So it just depends on like your skin type and the look that you're going for. Another very, very glossy looking cheek product is the Physicians Formula Organic Wear Dewy Blush Elixir. And you can see that this is quite dewy, but this will give you a little bit more pop. You can see it has like a very glossiness to it. They actually incorporate oils in here to give it that sort of glossiness, but there's no coconut oil, which is a great thing. I mean, I don't use coconut oil in my makeup products, so that is good, but you can see that it just gives such a glossy look to your cheeks. This actually lasts a lot longer than some products like it because it has so much pigment, and on my skin, I just find that it fades to give you like just a soft, glassy, like juicy look to your cheeks as the color fades with it. But yeah, I've actually been really impressed with the way this makes my skin look, makes it look really pretty and juicy, but I have to be ready for a glow, you know what I mean? I can't be afraid of a very glossy product. So if you've been interested in this, this is the shade Gorgeous Peach. I have been really enjoying it. You also get quite a lot of product for the money. As a whole, I really liked this launch. Next up, we have the Can Make Cream Cheeks. This is a Japanese brand. I initially tried these out and was a little bit wishy-washy because the shade that I had a bunch of sparkle in it and it just looked a little bit chunky, but I have since picked up a few shades that do not have that in, and I've just found these to be such a pretty and unique formula. A lot of Asian makeup I think has more innovative formulas than American makeup, if I'm being honest. So it's really been like a delight to try these out. This is the shade 05 and this is the shade CL08. This is very, again, super similar to Daiquiri Dip from Fenty, so if you were interested in that. And we also have like this Big Apple red shade, which is CL01. It's like a cream gel formula that I find to be pretty unique. I find that this shade is more of like a powdery, natural finish, whereas these are a little bit more on the dewy side, but as you blend them out, they kind of set down a little bit. And I don't think that these will be too dewy for those of you that don't like a dewy blush look. I think the formula is super unique. I do have to be honest though, I find myself reaching for other formulas. So they're not my favorite, but I do think the texture is really unique. I think the shade selection is great, and there are some unique shades to choose from. Next up, we have the Stila Convertible Color. Now, I actually found out about this product way back in the day from Lisa Eldridge. She really loved this formula because it's just so creamy. This is the shade Lilium, just a very basic, like pinky nude shade. But I just think cream blush formulas have come so far since this released. This was one of the only cream blushes that you could find on the market for a while. I think it's fresh, I think it's pretty, but there is just something that's a little bit lackluster to me. It's creamy, but it is like a touch more tacky than I would enjoy. So yeah, this is certainly not a bad product. I just think we've come a long way with cream blushes, and there just are so many more unique formulas to choose from now. Another stick formula that I'm a big fan of is this one from Physicians Formula. It's their Natural Defense Stick Blush. And I don't know if you can even tell like how creamy this is, but this is a very, very creamy cream blush that has a softness to it. It's very flattering on the skin. It almost has like a touch of a blurring effect. You can see it shears out very quickly because this isn't a super pigmented cream blush. But if you are someone that is afraid of cream blush, you want to start off on the sheer side, you want a formula that's really easy to just swipe on the cheeks, blend, and be done, this is a very beautiful formula. It's not going to disrupt any makeup, and the formula isn't super dewy, but it just has a very soft creaminess to it. Again, that like touch of a blurring effect that I think is cool. This is a very pretty cream blush stick that I just think is so good for those of you that are just getting into cream makeup. A new launch from NYX are these Sweet Cheeks blushes. They're the soft cheek tints, and I have the shade Almost Famous, and it's like a very vibrant orange shade. Would be a really pretty lip color actually. And I also have the shade Nude Tude, which is very much like a brownie nude. You can see with these that they actually blend out very easily. They have like a sort of silkiness to them that makes them pretty spreadable. I like that they come in a sort of doe foot applicator to just add a couple of dots to the cheeks and blend out. I like that they have like a softness to them and a plushness to them. I haven't been overwhelmed with the formula, but I also haven't really given them a proper go yet. So maybe I'll update you guys in an upcoming video on how I liked these. But so far, I think that the formula is very creamy. Next, we have the Naming Playful Cream Blushes. And this is actually another Korean brand that I was trying out. And you can see super unique shades. This is the shade Jumpy. And actually when you go to apply this, it comes out more like as a soft pink. It definitely has like a touch of purple, but definitely not as scary as it looks in the pan. There's also the shade Inflamed, which is probably my favorite because you guys know I'm not afraid of a bold red shade. And I also bought this yellow one because I was hoping it would be some sort of dupe for Fuego Flush from Fenty. It is not. This is just a kind of bizarre blush shade. It's just like a yellow mustardy shade, which, you know, with the purple, it actually looks pretty on the cheeks. It just looks like that soft sort of pink, but this just looks straight up yellow on the cheeks. I've used it a few times and am not a fan. But this line has a lot of unique and pretty shades, so if you were interested in any of them, I think the formula is really nice. Nothing absolutely innovative, but I think they're a nice basic cream blush. And if you wanted to play around with some more unique shades, but you want the formula to still be there and work with you, I definitely think this formula will. And lastly, we have a blush that I think was discontinued, and it's the ColourPop blush stick in the shade Roosevelt. And I love this very, very much. It's like a gel cream stick formula. It's super, super unique, but I just think this is such a gorgeous shade. I love how easily it blends on the skin as well. It shears out well, but you can still build it up. The sort of gel cream stick formula I always found to be very unique, so it's a shame that they are discontinuing them. But if you happen to see them around and if they end up going on sale, I definitely recommend checking them out because this shade Roosevelt is also a really perfect blush bronze shade. Here we are yet again with a cream blush declutter. Oh, hold on a sec. I feel like I kind of did the thing in video games where like the one boss comes out and you're like, oh, this doesn't look so bad. But it's actually like, this is not the boss. This is just, you know, the appetizer. We are back with another declutter, and in today's video, I'm going to be giving you guys a very lengthy video, clearly, on my blush collection. I'm going to be giving you overview swatches, giving you a look into so many different types of blush formulas. And I think this video is going to be really helpful for those of you that are looking for that perfect cream blush for you. So many different shades and formulas to choose from. But quite honestly, I need to be doing some decluttering today, so I am also going to be doing that. And if it's your first time here, hi, my name's Amanda. And it is very clear that I love cream blush, and I think that cream makeup is for everyone. There are so many formulas out there. I absolutely love diving into formulas and helping you guys find the right products for you. So hopefully this video is super helpful, and if you enjoy it, I would love to have you back on my channel, so make sure to subscribe. And with all of that, I think we should just jump in. I'm gonna start over here. Again, this is the appetizer. Ugh. And here we are. And I'm going to take these Cosmetics blushes and put them over here for now because a lot of the shades are over there. This one might have a leak going on in it. This is going to be a messy video. Let's just say that. Shall we talk about this product that has not even yet been opened? This is the Cheeky Stamp from Kaja, and I have used this before. They recently sent me the shade Saucy. I still want to try this one out, but I am familiar with this formula, and I gotta tell you that if you want just the easiest liquid blush to use, look no further. As you can see, the applicator up here is spring. Oh, hold on. You can see right here, it is spring activated. The other side, and you have a cushion blush. Wow, that is a pretty color. So shall we start the video off with a little heart? Do you see how blendable that is? You can build it up if you'd like. Interesting, this shade actually has a very fine glitter to it. The other shade I had didn't have that, but I have liked these in the past, so I'm going to go ahead and give this another go. So let me know if you guys want to see an updated look and review of this formulation. So this will be staying in my collection for now. By the way, I've been updating you guys on like what I've been drinking throughout my declutters. Today it's sugar-free Red Bull, so that should tell you a little bit of where I'm at. Sugar-free Red Bull, it just reminds me of college, I gotta be honest. Let's talk about this new liquid blush from Revolution. I'm going to be talking a lot in this video on these new liquid blushes that are coming with the doe foot applicator. I mean, listen, they're not new, but I've been seeing more brands come out with this packaging style, and actually specifically a lot of brands overseas that I've been trying. Now Revolution, that comes out with this product, I believe are an English brand. So this is the shade Dolly Rose, and it is just a really fantastic shade. Very reminiscent of the shade Pinkasm from Charlotte Tilbury. I will talk about that blush later in this video, but if you want just a truly dewy effect,
I turned down the light a little bit so you guys could get a better look at the shade. Hopefully that's helpful. But if you want a truly dewy effect, no shimmer or pigment necessarily, this I have had a lot of luck with. It does give a very healthy look to the cheeks. And I do have another affordable cream blush roundup coming to my channel very soon. I love cream blush all year round, but you know, in the spring, I feel like it's a great time for blush. So I will certainly be talking about this product in that upcoming video. And again, make sure you're subscribed if you want to see it. Next up, we have the NYX Sweet Cheeks blushes. Now, these are pretty interesting. They have quite a fluffy, like fluffed up kind of texture to them, but I actually don't mind it. You know, sometimes a fluffy formula does not work well for me. I just find that my skin doesn't want to stick to it, if that makes sense. I've actually had some luck with these. Now, this is the shade Almost Famous right here, this really bright shade, and then right here is Nude Tude. Now, I love a vibrant blush, but I gotta be honest, this one is so vibrant that I find myself not reaching for it. You could definitely just use a little bit and then tap it on the cheeks, but I'm just being, you know, honest with myself here. You know, that's what the declutters are all about. So I'm going to go ahead and keep the shade Nude Tude, and then I'm going to go ahead and declutter the shade Almost Famous. Next up, let's talk about the Daniel Sandler watercolor blushes. This was one of the first liquid blushes I ever tried. You can see that they're very, very watery. This is, you know, as watery and as liquidy as blushes go. Here, listen. I mean, they're watery. Have the shade Caress, which is my personal favorite, but they really do spread. I mean, you see how much I added and how long it went. I haven't used this shade in a while, but God, is it pretty. And they are quite dewy, as you can see, but you'd be surprised. They do set down, and it looks a little bit dewier on camera than it actually ends up looking on the cheeks. And then I also have this shade right here, which is Crush. Always make sure you shake them before. And again, this is quite a vibrant, vibrant shade. I feel like these are just some products that not a lot of people talk about, but they deserve more love. So I think I'm gonna keep them and try and show them off a little bit more for you guys. You know, the internet deserves to know about more liquid blushes than just the ones from Rare Beauty. And that's not me being shady to the ones from Rare Beauty, because I actually absolutely love them. I'm just saying that there's a ton of different formulas. So I'm going to keep those. I am also going to be keeping this Juicy Pang blusher from Apew, and this is the shade R01. Now, I'm going to be keeping this for some of my K-beauty overview videos upcoming, so I'm not going to tell you my thoughts on this right now. I will tell you that that is a very, very pretty shade. I love like the nail polish style applicator. I think it's really adorable. And if I may just throw something out there, though the M Cosmetics ones are visually a little bit more pleasing to look at, I absolutely love like the roundness of this. This definitely feels magical to me if you're looking from a purely get it on the skin standpoint. This just, I mean, you saw how easy it was to get it on the skin. We'll talk about these in a second and the packaging issues. Wait, this is like my favorite shade from the line. Anyway, so I will be keeping this for an upcoming video, and I really gotta start moving through these because we have a lot to get through. Next, we have this cheek and lipstick from Rem Beauty, and this is the shade Leading Lady. You know, I actually really like that shade name. But as far as this goes, I mean, I love a red blush. I really do, but I just have not given this enough of a go. And I feel like I've been talking about this. Like, I have been looking for every other video to do rather than a video that centers around Rem Beauty products. It does make me wish that I never even bought anything, because what's the point in like doing videos if I'm not excited to do them? But you guys gotta let me know. Do you want to even see this? If you guys are like, yes, Amanda, I want to know all of the nitty gritty, all the details about some of Rem Beauty's launches, I do have a few of them kicking around here. I am happy to do that or incorporate it into another video. But if you have the same kind of like, don't care attitude towards it that I guess I'm kind of feeling right now, then I might just declutter this. So let me know down below. I'm going to keep it for now and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I've really been liking to ask you guys like what you like to see in these declutter videos. Like, should I declutter? Should I keep for upcoming reviews? I've just been finding it really helpful. So thank you so much for all of your comments down below. If you really want to see follow-up reviews on any of the products I'm talking about in this video, please leave me a comment because I'm really watching the comments. We have a couple of blushes from 3CE for an upcoming video. This is a K-Beauty brand. Gosh, one of these blushes exploded and now I have like a layer of something on a lot of these blushes, which is a bummer, but we'll find the culprit together. I have both the dewy and the matte formula. Really excited to dive into these with you guys. And by the way, I do have a discount code still running with Stylovana. I'll leave it down below for you guys in case you do end up wanting to purchase any K-Beauty this season. I think it's like 20% off. So this is the shade Vienna Rose in the matte formula. Now I will say I don't like this applicator. It's more of like a pointed, you can see there, like a pointed doe foot, which I personally don't like. I like more of a paddle. There you go. That is Vienna Rose. Really, really good for fair skin. And then I also have the shade Side Piece. And here is that shade as well. Another just very wearable shade, but you can see this one really brings the dew to the skin. But as far as like a really natural looking blush, these definitely fit the bill. We'll be keeping these for upcoming videos. Next up, we have one of Makeup by Mario's blush sticks, and this is the shade Earthly Pink. This is just really, really beautiful, stable formula. What I really love about the stick formula and this cream formula from Makeup by Mario is it sticks where you put it. And I think a lot of brands are so dead set on using a silicone heavy formula that blurs the skin. And in the process, what happens is that sometimes it can actually have the opposite effect and look really choppy. And I'm happy to dive into more of those formulas in a second, and I'll probably be decluttering them. But to give you a good standard, this is a good standard of a cream blush that is going to stick where you put it, and that doesn't mean it's sticky. It just means that it builds on itself and the color just stays. And it creates a really even look. And that's something else that, because silicones are so slippy, sometimes they just slide off and it ends up giving, I think, what people are so afraid of with cream blushes, which is an uneven or more difficult to work with formula and look. I've been using cream blushes, I'm not gonna say every day, but almost every time I do my makeup for years now, guys, and I'm here to, give you the nitty gritty. Just because this doesn't have the ultimate sexy packaging or formula necessarily, like the way it photographs or anything like that, does not mean that it's not going to look super pretty on the skin. So anyway, rant done on that. So going to go ahead and keep this. A product that, oh my gosh, I'm really hoping that this isn't the same exact bottle that I bought in 2019 of this formula, but this is the Physicians Formula Organic Wear Dewy Blush Elixir, and this is this is the shade Gorgeous Peach. I used to have the berry shade as well. Really a lovely, lovely formula from Physicians Formula. Great dew. It's definitely not the most long wearing formula I've ever used, but as far as that super dewy cheek look for an affordable price, I do still recommend these. But this is so old that it has to go. I can't keep every one of these blushes because I ain't got the room anymore. So going to be decluttering the Bare With Me Luminous Cheek Serum from NYX. This is the shade Tan Bronze. Unique product. Oh, Jesus. You guys can't see that, but I just got this all over this backdrop. The formula is unique. It's quite sheer. You can see I put out a lot and it just has this great translucence to it. I think for those of you that love that more translucent, just add that color to the cheeks, out the door kind of product, I can see why you would like this. I just don't see myself reaching for it as much. I personally do like a bronzer kind of shade with a little bit more pigment. I can get away with a little bronze, guys. I'm quite fair. So I think I am going to declutter this. And I do understand, you know, some of us fair people do like something more sheer because you can build it up and it looks more natural, but this also isn't super buildable. It's more of just a personal preference thing. It's not a necessarily bad product. Now I have some of my Flower Beauty blush bombs. What a great affordable product. This is the shade Melon, and this is, you know, this was the second shade I bought, but I actually like this shade even more because it just has more pigment than this shade, which is Pinched. The shade Pinched has more sheerness to it. Kind of like, do you see how it's kind of yellow? I kind of think that that's different for a more nudie shade. But again, guys, these are great. I don't really have a lot of complaints about them, though I have found myself not using them as much recently. But you know, I have this upcoming video on my favorite affordable blushes, so I absolutely have to keep these for that video. And I should bring them back out and get myself reacquainted with them, even though I've loved this formula for years. I think I'm going to say goodbye to this Melt blush. It's in the shade Sundown, and I do think that this is a unique formula. You know, I don't typically like a blush like this with all that shimmer. It's pretty. I just don't think the shade is for me necessarily. It doesn't necessarily like exaggerate texture, but I don't reach for products like this in this kind of color story. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter this. Now, this also was covered in that kind of oily substance. So I don't know if this is the culprit because this one is completely fine. But anyway, these are the Say Dewy blushes. If you get one shade from this, this is one of my favorite blush shades I've ever used. This is the shade Spicy. Look at this, guys. God, that just, oh, gobsmacked. It is the perfect blush bronzer shade. And if you want me to do a video on like my favorite shades of blushes in this realm, or even bronzers, because you know, some bronzers I think fit the bill as well, let me know. But God, that color is amazing. One step look to give you that kind of sun-touched vibe. Again, it's the shade Spicy. I love it. So this is definitely going to be staying. As for you, you are the shade Rosy. And you are very pretty, but I don't reach for you because I know I'm always going to be reaching for Spicy. I think for that reason, I'm going to declutter this. Thinking about putting you in the library. If you guys don't know what the makeup library is, it's essentially my reference library for products that I need to be able to reference, like formulas, colors. But I'm already keeping one, so I don't think I need to keep this for the library. I'm gonna give you guys a little sneak peek into this. This is from Amuse. And it is the shade Shimmer Marmalade. It's the soft cream cheek. I wish I did not pick one with shimmer in it. I do not recommend this. Also, can we see the applicator? It's like a star, and it on the skin, it's jagged. Like, I don't care if it's cute, you know? I'm gonna say right away, I'm keeping this for a video to warn everyone, again, not to purchase it, because it was such a disappointment. But there is a part of me that may pick up another shade to, but you know, let me know if you want me to do that or not. Again, keeping this for the library sense, not keeping it because I recommend it. Like, you see that like golden glitter that it leaves? When a color fades, that's all you're gonna see on your skin. LYS. One of you guys actually corrected me, and I really appreciate it, that this is LYS, not Liss. I don't know why I always thought it was Liss. But anyway, so this is the shade Self Love. I guess maybe I just need to try it more, but I just haven't really felt compelled to use it. I really want to keep giving this one a go, especially because it's quite affordable and because I have that affordable blush video coming up. I could keep this one and then potentially tell you guys like this is a really good bang for your buck, or that it's one to skip. So keeping this for now. Also keeping this, you can't tell what it is, but it's the Blush Mellow Blush from J Cat, and this is the shade Thank You Very Much. One of my favorite matte formulas that also gives a blur. Believe me, this has a great balance. Very pigmented and even. Again, it's not going to look choppy or too slippy on the skin. It's kind of like a cream powder hybrid. I mentioned it before and we'll probably mention it again. So I'm going to keep that. Now this product from Gen C, it is the shade Apple 01. It's their cheek and lip color. I feel like I have to keep forcing myself to try and use this. I don't know what it is about it. I think this is not the color for me. Also, I put out way too much on my hand. I think I'm going to declutter this just because the color isn't for me. And I know myself, I have so much product that I'm testing all the time. And, you know, I used it a couple of times, wasn't excited about it. And if the shade was better for me, I would try harder for it to work for me, if that makes sense. A shade from I'm Mimi in the Bare Cheek line. And this is the shade 03. And it is quite sheer. More to come on this, but I'm just gonna say now I wish this had more pigment. Keeping it though for an upcoming video. It also has kind of like a tea tree oil smell to it, which I don't know is necessary. However, as far as a really pretty nude blush, the Milani Cheek Kiss in Nude Flush is a favorite of mine. It's beautiful. Look at that shade. Nice and dewy, but applies really evenly. It's a great one, so we'll be keeping this. Milani does good cream blush, and there's another one from Milani that I like even more, so stay tuned. Now, I've been using this. It's Iris and Romeo, and it's the Ceramide Multi Balm. I've been using this week, and I gotta tell you, and I'm not gonna tell you what product it is because I'm afraid someone else is gonna come out with some video and they're gonna be like, oh, I found a dupe for X product. But I do think that this is an alternative to another product that a lot of people talk about, but I've been trying it out. I definitely think it's the case that it is. So again, sorry to gatekeep the information. Nacara is a brand that I'm just getting to know. This is the shade Jana Peach, and this is a K-beauty brand. I'm noticing I have way more of these kind of muted peachy shades than I thought I did. I'm keeping this for an upcoming K-beauty or just a general Asian beauty overview on liquid blushes. I'm definitely going to declutter some of them after that video. Keeping this though for now for that video. And by the way, a lot of those K-beauty liquid blushes that I'm talking about are like around $5, so very affordable as well. Another affordable blush from LA Girl, it's the cream blush, soft matte cream blush in the shade Blissful. Now I do know this is pigmented. I have learned that, so I'm only gonna take out a little bit. Great shade, really pretty, great shade. But you really need only a little bit. You can see like how much pigment that gave off just from that little dot. More to come on this soon, so keeping it for now. A couple of these that I still need to talk about. And the Tarte Man-Eater blush. This is the shade Peachy Pink. I think that this is a really nice blush for just the everyday, I want a sheer, pretty, dewy effect on my cheeks. This is a good product for that. I also have the shade Buff as well. In general, I just think it's a fresh looking product and I do like it. I also like that, you know, it has, I don't know if you can tell from the bottle, it does have a shift to it, but it's not like glittery, so you don't have to worry about that. Definitely like a slightly sheerer version of something like the Charlotte Tilbury Pinkasm wand. But it's not, you know, the same formula necessarily, but I can see someone that likes just a really fresh blush look without a ton of pigment. You don't want someone necessarily complimenting your blush. You just want someone to say you look healthy. Like, I can see you appreciating a product like that. Keeping that, and with that, we are done our first bin. And I'm going to start putting the declutter items in here. I really feel like I could do better. So we're gonna try and get that done. Oh geez. I don't even know how I'm gonna do this. But God, does that not look pretty? Let's go ahead and dive into the Cosmetics liquid blushes. I have some of the old packaging and I have some of the new. I am not going to be keeping all of these. I can assure you that I have more than just these, but I'm going to go ahead and declutter the old packaging, but only because the formulas are a little bit old. Will give you a heads up that I don't think the new packaging necessarily has a better dropper. I think it's fine. I think it's just, you know, the way this product is. Droppers are always going to be a touch annoying. So you can see I only gave the dropper one squeeze while it was still completely closed. That's how much came out. Does that seem right to you guys? All right, so let's put it back in. Let's squeeze up as much as possible. Take it back out. Nothing comes out. Come on, let's give it a couple of squeezes here. There we go. I'm just telling you, they could have easily just put a pump on this. Maybe it was just, you know, like a cost thing for them. Nevertheless, if there's one thing that Cosmetics got right with this blush from its launch is the beautiful frickin' shades. This is one of my favorite products from Cosmetics. The shades are just fantastic. I'm certainly keeping this one. This is the shade Little Lilac, and I'd like to do kind of a video on lilac blush. Do you guys want to see that? Let me know. And I will say that this formula, you know, it's more dewy in general, something to be aware of. And by the way, this is the shade Forbidden Fruit. And this was one of the new shades that they launched. I feel like I'm milking this like a cow. Absolutely love this shade. It's like a berry. Oh, great. There's something else on there from my hand wipe. Like a berry brown. Tell me that that is not freaking intoxicating. Autumn Sky is another one of the newer shades. I don't have Sunset Sky. I do have it somewhere in here, so I'll show you guys that when it comes out. But that is Autumn Sky. Beautiful. Like if you love a terracotta blush, I just find that to be stunning. But you just have to like a dewy formula because these are quite dewy. Oh, here's Sunset Sky. It was right there. This is the perfect blush, in my opinion, to just add a little bit of color right to the top of the nose, a little bit under the eyes, just for that, like, I'm a little sunburned kind of look. It's gorgeous. I gotta get more use out of them, so I am going to keep them and then going to declutter, you know, this old packaging. We're excited to dive into this in an upcoming video, these Essence Baby Got blushes. Just one of those great affordable products that, you know, I think kind of flies under the radar, but I noticed it. This is the shade Peaches and Cream, and this is the shade Rosé All Day. I'm going to keep both, but I think I might end up decluttering Peaches and Cream after my affordable blush video, just because I like Rosé All Day a little bit more. But for now, just to be able to apply them on camera for you guys, I'm going to keep both. I am going to go ahead and declutter this Cheeky Posh from Victoria Beckham. The packaging is freaking divine. I love all of Victoria Beckham packaging, and I love the shades. This shade is like iconic. It's really my perfect blush shade. This is one of those formulas I was talking about that has too much silicone in it. And you see how when I tap it in, how like the pigment kind of goes away in some spots and then it's more saturated in others. That's what happens with some silicone heavy formulas. I feel like the ColourPop blush sticks are like a well executed kind of version of this, and even some of the ColourPop blush sticks, some shades were better than others as far as blendability goes. I just know that someone else would get more use out of this than me, so I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. I'm also going to declutter this Illamasqua Color Veil just because it's quite old, but this is a really unique formula. This is the shade Entice. Do you see that? How it has like a jelly kind of texture to it? Really cool. great shade, great blendability and buildability. In general, it's a good product. It's just, it's too old for me to keep using, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter it, but just know that I do like it. Maybe I'll do like a little macro shot of this for Instagram or something before it goes. I'm also going to declutter this from Honest Beauty. It's way old. You can see that. So more on the formula itself coming soon because I just love the formula. And when I say coming soon, like later in the video, because the formula I think is something really special that we gotta talk about. But this is old, so for now I'm going to declutter this. I'll give you a swatch with the fresh pan. I'm going to keep this puff paint from Natasha Denona because I think that some of these K-Beauty blushes are a way better alternative to this. You know, this is quite expensive. So I'll keep this for that upcoming video as like a library item. Now these can make cream cheeks. I'm going to keep these for, again, for an upcoming Asian beauty video. This is very interesting formula. It does not get along well with my skin. I know a lot of people that really love it though. It's kind of like a gel cream powder texture, just very, again, very unique. So I'll reference these and then probably pass them along. Alrighty, let's go ahead and talk about Undone Beauty. Such a great bang for your buck kind of product. I found it this year. I mean, it released this year. It's the Mega Creams 4-in-1 Cream palette from Undone Beauty, and this is the Neapolitan palette. Love that name too. I think, you know, I just love ice cream. But look at some of these shades. This has absolutely no shimmer in it. It's just kind of like a translucent cream blush that just makes the cheeks look so fresh, but it doesn't remain super dewy on the skin. So I think a lot of you will like that. There's also this like NARS Orgasm kind of shade. That's right there. It's not my favorite. I prefer this shade. There's also this really just yummy kind of fresh pink shade. It's gonna go along with, you know, everything. And lastly, we have this highlight that I'll still swatch for you, even though this is not a highlight video right there. And I actually find that it, you know, it has more translucence than I thought, so I actually do use it. And then I also have this from Undone Beauty. God, I have Rosewood around here somewhere. Rosewood is my favorite, if you need to know. I'm sure I'll swatch it for you guys later, but this is the shade Poppy. Their blush formula, just their cream formula is so good. God, it just like has this really lovely, thin, creamy texture to it. Like you would think they'd just be so much thicker than they actually are, but they really sit so closely and prettily on the skin. Affordable, just one of the best. So I'm going to be keeping both of these. Now, something that I will be decluttering is the Cheeky Tint blush stick from Huda Beauty in the shade Rebel Red. I was pumped about this shade because you can see it's red, but it just has a little bit more of like a vampy kind of note to it that I thought was really pretty. But unfortunately, like it wears right off on me. Love the color, but unfortunately the formula doesn't stand up. So I will be decluttering this. I can't even tell you guys, I still have that shimmer from that one blush earlier, like sitting. I just washed my hands. Do not buy that. Don't buy it. I'm not gonna stay here for too long because I don't think you can buy this anymore. It's from Naming. I'll try and leave it down below if you can, but it's the Playful Cream Blush in the shade Jumpy, and it's one of those like pretty lilac shades that you can layer on top of blush to just add that extra pop. Just adds that like brightening effect that, you know, if you have more sallow skin, could potentially look really good. But if you can't still get it, I might just declutter. I know that you can't get this. It's the Take a Layer Cream Blush from 3CE and Diotima. I'm not gonna stay here for too long because you can't get it. There's the swatch. I really like it. Beautiful formula. We're moving along. I am keeping it. All right, I think it's time to keep just one of these for the makeup library. I have Nearly Apricot and I have Nearly Rose. These are the melting blushes from Rare Beauty. Beautiful packaging, but I just don't like the formula. I'm gonna keep this one, Nearly Apricot. I just want to be able to reference the formula, and I'm going to declutter Nearly Rose. It's one of those silicone formulas that do not stick to the skin. I'm also going to go ahead and declutter the Beach Please and Happy Hour from Tower 28. I wanted to love this so bad, even at the initial launch. I don't understand, but it just does not stick to my skin where I put it. I feel like I'm the only one that has that issue with it. So, it potentially could be really good for a lot of people. And I know a lot of people love it. And the new bronzers, I didn't really like either. It kind of looked a little, they looked a little heavy on my skin. However, Tower 28 makes some other really beautiful products. Love their mist. Absolutely obsessed. Obsessed with their mascara. Love the packaging, but again, don't like the formula. So passing along. What are you doing here? Another Rare Beauty blush, nearly neutral. You're going. Here I have a Kjaer Weis blush in the shade Blossoming. This is a sample. You can see it's pretty much gone, so I'm not going to keep this, but more on Kjaer Weis in a second. Kind of get this out here for a second to confirm. I'm pretty sure it's Blossoming. You're supposed to stick the sticker right there so you know, but I did not do that. And honestly, I think I'm about to break this. Yes, it is the shade Blossoming. Now, let me get this back in here. I don't think that's ever gonna get back in here just right anymore. Kjaer Weis blushes are some of the most fuss-free blushes I've ever used. If you just want a no frills, pretty blush in some great shades that look really pretty on the skin, will never give you a hard time blending. Kind of just that, again, like a no fuss makeup product. The blushes from Kjaer Weis really deliver on that. I'll swatch some more as they come, but I think they might be hiding in some of my palettes. Yes, so I have a couple more shades here. I have the shade Abundance, which is, I think, like a deeper version of one of my favorite shades, which is Inner Glow. So I'll swatch this one for you next. You see that kind of cool taupey note to it? I love these blushes specifically from Kjaer Weis in these shades because I feel like they're just a really natural way to contour without necessarily contouring. I mean, I did reference earlier blush bronzer hybrid kind of shades, and I think Kjaer Weis does a really good job at creating those blush contour hybrid shades, like the most natural contour you will ever come across. That's at least how I've really liked to use it. Inner Glow is in this palette somewhere, and they're just a little touch different. A little bit more pink to the Inner Glow and a little bit more taupe from Abundance. It's just gonna depend on what you think would look better on you. So have the shade Desired Glow. What a freaking beautiful fresh peach. You can see I have a lot of these because I really enjoy them. And lastly, I have the shade, I think it's called Sunkissed or Joy. No, is it called Joy? I'll leave it down below. But look at that, guys. Beautiful. Really could not recommend them enough. They're beautiful, and I will be keeping all of these. This blush from Revlon, it's the Insta Blush. I picked this up in hopes that it would be a good alternative to one of the blushes from Chanel. You can see there's barely any pigment though on this, and it doesn't really want to stick to the skin, so I'm gonna go ahead and declutter it. However, a blush stick that I absolutely love, so this is the shade Work. This is how big all the cheek sticks used to be from Milk Makeup, guys. As context, like that's what a typical stick of blush looks like. I don't blame them for cutting the size down. Like, I think at some point they realized that they were offering a lot of product, and really essentially with how much product you were getting, it was essentially drugstore prices. So I don't blame them. I mean, this is a whole ounce of product that they used to sell for like, I think like $20 was the original price. Listen, that's insane. But I still want to be a baby about it. Anyway, it's just a really pretty fresh shade. Just nothing wrong with that. And they also have a lot of new shades that have been interesting to me. I am going to keep this. Here's that Undone blush I was talking about in the shade Rosewood. This is my favorite Undone product that I've ever found. Look at this shade. Is that not perfect? Seriously, if you have not tried this, run, don't walk. And Ulta sells them online, so very convenient. I just love it. I do have the shade Venetian Rose from the Serum Color Drops
from M Cosmetics, and I am going to pass this along because there are just a few other shades that I like so much more. See myself reaching for these over the other one. So I am going to pass this one along. I also have two different shades of this blush from Winky Lux. I really enjoy both of them. I have the shade Crown, really pretty shade. And the rose stays mostly intact if you're using a brush. I don't know, that's looking a little bit dry. Like it might have dried out a little bit. And then I also have this shade, which is Dodgy. Okay, so Dodgy seems not dried out and Crown seems a little dried out. So Crown is gonna go, Dodgy is gonna stay. By the way, guys, I did like a blush video where I combined all the shades of my cream blush collection and mixed them together. And this was the shade. I mean, this shade is freaking beautiful. Great texture too. So I guess that is the culmination of most of my blush shades. But this is old. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the blush out and probably just reuse this packaging. These are the blush sticks that I was talking about from ColourPop, and this is the shade 25-8. I will be decluttering. I also am going to be decluttering the Vision Flush from Danessa Myricks in Ballet Slippers, just because I don't reach for it. There's really nothing wrong with it though. I just have other liquid blushes that I use more. It's a great color. It's quite fragranced though, so I find that I end up using my other liquid blushes more often than this one, just because this is a quite potent fragrance. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this along. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about Milani, because I clearly love these Milani blushes. I have a bunch of shades here. So I'm first going to start off with the palette, because if you can still get this, I highly recommend it. So this is the Sun-Kissed Glow Cheek Kiss Cream Blush Palette. One of the best bang for your bucks as far as cream blushes from the drugstore. These are the three shades. They have such a beautiful thin texture. They're thinner than the liquid blushes, but they have a great kind of emollients to them still. They just look healthy, and you can really combine the shades to get a customized color. And I like that they just kind of have this like jelly stain kind of appearance once they go down onto the skin. And above all else, they just apply so freaking easily. But let's say you want just a specific shade. I have the shade Blushing Berry, which is a beautiful, beautiful vibrant shade. I have this shade Merlot Moment, another beautiful, beautiful shade. Again, like the shade selection on these are freaking insane. I also have the shade Nude Kiss. You know, comparatively to these, this almost seems kind of boring. And then I also have the shade Coral Crush, which really was a favorite of mine. I still think it is. Yeah. Oh my God, that is so vibrant for the summer. This shade for the summer would be absolutely beautiful. And even the berry shade for spring would be really pretty. But all of this is to say is that I'm keeping all of these. Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and declutter the Physicians Formula Natural Defense Multi-Stick. This is the shade Soft Pink. Really nothing wrong with it. I just don't reach for it, and it's just a little too boring for me. I'm also going to declutter Rose Milk from M Cosmetics. Again, this is the new one. I think someone could get more use out of it. I'm just not reaching for this shade much. I'd honestly rather keep Venetian Rose than Rose Milk, but even then, I'm probably more likely to reach for Autumn Sky or Sunset Sky. Oh, but I do have Pink Nectar. I don't know where all of these were hiding. See, Pink Nectar. Pink Nectar kind of gets me. All right, Pink Nectar is staying for now, but I'm keeping my eye on it. It's just a really pretty shade. Speaking of like really juicy colors, the Color Nectar Pigment Balms from Rituel de Fille. This is the shade Bee Sting. This is the shade Snapdragon, which if there's one thing you get with Rituel de Fille, you get some unique shades in absolutely awesome tangerine. Like, look at that. Again, imagine this. I'll take a little bit added right on top
Do you see how it adds this like vibrant note to it? And then lastly, we have the shade Hummingbird, which is weird at the top. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter that one, and I'm going to keep these for now. It honestly kind of looked like just foundation, but at this point, I don't, it's not worth risking it. I'm also going to declutter Roosevelt from ColourPop. I loved this when I initially bought it. And if you can still get it, I do like it. But ColourPop, they get rid of their shades so fast. The library is open. So Soft blush from Cosmetics. Oh, this is actually the bronzer, and it is not doing well, is it? See if one of my friends want to dig it out, because I don't. Another one of the naming blushes in this really pretty yellow shade that can, again, just add a little pop. This is a library item from Fenty Beauty. It's their Cream Cheek and Daiquiri Dip. Absolutely stunning, stunning shade, but the formula I don't like. There are so many formulas that are better. This was a big bummer for me. When Fenty came out with these, I was so excited, but unfortunately not my favorite. I'm not gonna keep this for the library anymore. I don't think a lot of people talk about it anymore, and I think it's because there are so many better ones. So I'm gonna go ahead and declutter. Also going to be decluttering this Insta Blush from Revlon. Now, the Honest Beauty blush, this is the new updated packaging. Love it so much more. And this is the shade Coral Peach. It is so perfect. I would not change a thing about it. The formula, the way you can shear it out and make it look more juicy, the way that it has just beautiful, intense pigment. It blends so beautifully and sticks where you put it and lasts. So if you're someone you're like, Amanda, my blushes don't last, especially if they're cream. You gotta try this one. I always go back and recommend this one for folks that have trouble with longevity. And what is better than like a Coral Peach shade? I mean, it really is everything that I would want. Geez, my hand's getting tired. But anyway, it's also affordable. So again, run, don't walk. This is one I have loved for literally years. Now these from Morphe are, what are they called? They're like these little trios, or I guess they're quads. So you get the blush, you get the highlight, a blush topper situation, and then you get one of these eyeshadows. And I picked these up for the eyeshadows because I was like, wow, these are really pretty. And this one is really reflective and a little bit glossy looking, so that's why I picked this up specifically. Both. Sorry to like do a little eyeshadow in the middle of this. This is why I picked these up. What do you guys think? I think I just gotta try these out a little bit more. Just keeping these for now. Oh, and by the way, the shade on top was Oh So Nude. This shade, just very pretty, kind of scattered champagne, and then the shade Fresh Peach is the one that had the blue shift. Now I do have a few of these Beauty Pie Super Cheeks, and I don't think I need to keep all of them. Sexy Berry is my favorite, so I think I am going to keep this. Really pretty Sexy Berry. I mean, it's a great name. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this one, and then I'm going to declutter these. I also have a couple of these halo blushes, the Sheer to Stay color tints. They're liquid blushes. You could use them on the lips as well. This is the shade Blush. So pretty. And then I also have the shade Mai Tai, which is my personal favorite. Essentially, these look really pigmented going out, but they sheer out really prettily on the skin, and a good staple for those of you that love that pinched cheek look. You like that juicy stained look to your cheeks. These are a great option. I also have been seeing them on sale here and there, so my link down below will be to one of the sales. Great product, and I really like them. I know not a lot of people talk about them, and not a lot of people talk about Smashbox in general anymore, but this is certainly a formula that I enjoy. Oh my gosh, this is another one of these. This is Soft Amethyst. Okay, decluttering. All right, I think we're far enough into the video to talk about the Rare Beauty liquid blushes. But before we do, I forgot, I picked up this shade too. The shade Terracotta from Smashbox. That is a blush bronze shade.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. All right, just wanted to give you guys that swatch. Oh God, that's a pretty shade. Love that. Okay, anyway, I think I did try to declutter a couple of them, but this is the shade Love, an absolutely perfect shade. By the way, did you guys see that Rare Beauty is coming out with tinted lip oils? So pumped for those, and we'll be reviewing for sure. I also have the shade Believe. I have the shade Joy, such a classic. This is such a pretty shade. And then I also have the shade Encourage, which a lot of people were saying was like a dupe for Pillow Talk from the Charlotte Tilbury matte blush ones, which we will talk about, but they're not. But anyway, guys, you know, I think there's a lot of reasons why people love Rare Beauty. I love the mission. I think the packaging is adorable. Everyone loves Selena Gomez. The shade selection, again, I love the mission. I think there's a lot to love about these. The price point is great at $20 for a formula that is very pigmented but also lasts on the skin. I mean, there's a lot to love about these, and I really don't have a damn bad thing to say about them. I know that they're a little bit too much pigment for some people, but I swear if you just take a very little amount, a little bit will go a long way, and one of these will last you a long time. So I think that they're great. I will continue to use them. And I especially really like the matte formula because I find that it gives me this little touch of a blur. The shade Joy has definitely given me that blur before, and I will definitely continue to use them. But I don't know if I need both of these like movie shades. I think I'm going to pass on the shade Believe because it's a little bit darker. Okay, all right. This is the shade Fuego Flush from Fenty. I was keeping this as a shade, a library shade, because I really wanted to find a shade like this, but I don't really feel the need to do that anymore. I have completely forgotten about this, so decluttering. Shall we chat about the e.l.f. putty blushes? So I have 3 different shades. I have 2 of the putty and then 1 of the luminous putty. So first of all, this is the shade Bali, I believe. Where are you? Let me just give you guys a look here. That is where you find the shade. Within all of that very small text. Would it kill them to just add a sticker right here? It's beautiful. It is one of those like silicone formulas that I have just had so much better luck with. You know, right away, I would say if you are thinking or looking at these ones from Rare Beauty, go with the putty blushes over them. And you know what? I need to like kind of make a note to do that comparison more in depth with you guys because I think potentially it could be helpful. And this is the shade Maui. Is it Maui? No, Fiji. Look at that. Just the juiciness that comes off of that shade. Though I'm looking at my hand right now and I feel like my hand has seen better days. Like you can see like the color of my arm versus my hand at this point. And lastly, I have the shade Maui. So this is Maui. And you see how now it looks like their sticker, they added the shade way over here so it was easier to find. I think that was a nice touch. You know, it's not on the bottom, but you know, e.l.f. is affordable. And I like that they spend their money on the formula rather than the packaging. And there is the shade Maui. You know, it's not luminous in the sense of the texture. It just has a very fine kind of pearl to it that I actually don't really mind. I do slightly prefer, I think, the original, if I'm being honest. I'm going to go ahead and keep these. I just think that they're great. By the way, a few of you have been so kind and have been giving me compliments on my nails. My nails really went through it. I was using quite a lot of gel polish, and in general, I just have been wanting to get my nails back to a strong place. So all I've been doing is using the Dior Nail Glow, and essentially it's like their jelly polish. It's supposedly like a French manicure in a bottle, and actually in some light, it's so pretty. It almost has like a pink purple note to it that I just find to be really elegant. This is pretty expensive, so I am trying to find an alternative for you guys, but just know that that's what I've been doing and I really, really love this. I've had it for a really long time, but as of recently, I've been putting it on every couple of days and I've really just been noticing a difference and liking the way my nails look. For me, it's a big win because they haven't been doing as awesome. I didn't even remember that I had you. So this is the shade Poppy from the Say Do blushes. Oh, that is a pretty shade. All right, you can stay for now. You can stay for now. But something else has to go, and it's gonna be you. It's gonna be Pink Nectar. I'm sorry. I'm reaching for this just from ease of use purposes, and the shades are so similar. Be Perfect is a brand that not a lot of people talk about. This is the shade Cherub. Great, bright tangerine orange shade. One of those other shades that's going to be really good to mix in as well. Let's say you have haze. This is quite a purpley shade. And you might be like, Amanda, it's nice, but just a little too purple for me. Adding in a little bit of this yellow orange, watch what it does. And now you have a shade that I think, for me at least, would be more wearable. Almost like just this juicy kind of strawberry shade. So that is what I really love about this. And I think it could be a nice product to have on hand for some people. You get a ton of product. It's also very affordable, and it's in a glass bottle. So really, I think it's a good buy, and I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Now, this Jones Road English Rose Lip and Cheek Stick, I think this is really, really pretty. And I think potentially if you want something similar to the Miracle Balms, but just something a little bit easier to apply, this might be a better bet for you. And also, it looks pretty on the lips, which I was surprised by. I'm going to keep this for now. This shade from M Cosmetics is the So Soft Blush in Leche. I'm going to keep this, but I feel like I was the only person that didn't like this formula. It's just too slippy for me. I really had such high hopes for this, but it just, I don't know, my skin didn't get along well with it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and declutter. Also, I think I'm going to declutter this from Chanel. It's not bad. It's the shade N42, the Le Beige blush. There's just, like, you can just do better, guys. And there's like, what, golden shimmer in this? For me, it's like the same formula as like the ColourPop blushes. You guys can find better. Don't waste your money. I'm going to be keeping the shade Petal from Westman Atelier. I mean, if you even want to pick up a shade, sorry, I had to get warmed up for a second. If you even want to pick up a more luxurious cream blush, I think you're better off going Westman Atelier than you are the Chanel. I have another Can Make blush that I'm going to keep. This is a Jouer Blush and Bloom. I don't know how many people have talked about this. This is the shade Be Loud. You guys, this is a beautiful formula. Beautiful. I can't recommend it enough. And over here is just like a clear highlight that you can add on top of the cheekbones. You know, I'm not reaching for this quite as much, but the blush is gorgeous. It has a beautiful blend. It lasts really well. Highly recommend this. I think it's an underrated product. I know not a lot of people talk about Jouer all the time, but I think that that's underrated. I really do. I also have the Merit cheek color in the shade Mood. I could have sworn that I had another shade. Maybe I placed an order. I'm not positive. It's a great berry. It's one of the only berries I reach for, though admittedly, I don't use a lot of berry shades. I think for now I'm going to keep it, but potentially if I get another shade I like more from the line, I might declutter this. Wait a second, what are these still doing here? These shades are just popping up out of nowhere. So this is Nearly Mauve and Nearly Berry. These are being decluttered too. I definitely have the shade Dusk too. Again, the beauty room is kind of in shambles. There's a reason I'm doing this declutter, guys. So if I don't have all of the shades that you guys know I have right in front of me, I do apologize about that. But again, this is the shade Haze. I recently revisited these, and I really do think that they're still a solid formula. This is the shade Puff. So Puff has a little bit more of a cream, milky base to it, and you can see that Haze is more of that sheer, more like juicy base. You know, it has that translucence. And then the shade Beam is also a little bit more of that creamy base. I'm going to go ahead and declutter Beam and Puff. I don't reach for them, but I am going to keep Haze. I prefer this kind of jelly formula. Though Dusk does have more of a cream base,
And Dusk truly is my favorite. Oh, I also have this in the shade Celebrate from Jouer. What? I didn't even know I had this. See, this is why you gotta declutter. Oh my gosh. What? I am keeping this out right now and using it tonight. This looks absolutely stunning. Oh my gosh, it does look like I did. I only used one side because the protective thing isn't on this side. Oh my gosh. All right, this is the one in Celebrate. I am so pumped to use this. You get 2 blushes in one. I guarantee you that this is a good bang for your buck. I'm so pumped to use these. Really, really excited. Now, this product from About Face is the Cheek Freak Blush Balm. And I have it in, what are you? The Big O. The Big O. Really interesting formula here. And quite a shade. I mean, that is a red. I mean, there's a little berry to it as well. I gotta get more use out of this. Have you guys tried this formula? What did you think of it? Keeping for now to get more use. I also have the Gel Crush Lip and Cheek from Flower Beauty. And this is, what shade is this? Oh, Citrus Crush. It's pretty, but I don't really think it's anything to write home about. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. Kind of just that sheer, you know, throw it in your bag kind of product. Again, there's nothing wrong with it, but you guys see what I'm working with here. I also have another one of the naming blushes. You know, again, you can see how these would be really cool to like mix your own blush shade. Oh, by the way, this is the Tarte Maneater and Buff that I talked about earlier in this video, you know, however long ago. I don't know, we've been here filming for a while, guys. I love this shade. Again, just, you know, if you are scared of blush, you're so much more of a bronzer person, try out a shade like this in a formula like this, and I think that you might be converted because it's just gonna give you a juiciness and just a life to the cheeks. But definitely better for more fair skin. I don't think dark skin is going to get along well with that one. This is so good. I haven't worn it in so long though. It's from Patrick Ta, and it's the Duo, the Cream and Powder Double Take Blush, and Do We Know Her? First of all, this cream blush is beautiful. Excellent, juicy formula that layers so perfectly on top of the powder. I actually didn't like all of the shades within this formula, but this is one that lasts really long because again, it's almost like the two come together to make a more long wear formula. The shade's excellent, perfect for spring and summer, just a great juicy flush. So if you're someone that wants to use more cream blush, but you like powder, this might be a really fun way for you to do that. Again, because you can take the powder and you can just take a little bit of that coral right on the tippy tops of the cheeks. And you'll look adorable. I also do have some of my Phytosurgeons blushes here. I am going to be keeping these. I have the shade Swelter right here. And by the way, if you see any of these like little crystals that form, they're oils from the formula. So you don't have to worry about it like the formula has gone bad or anything like that. That's not the case. I reached out to them directly about it and they let me know. But anyway, so this is the shade Swelter. Guys, this is such a stunning formula if you haven't tried it. Very intense pigment, but it lasts on the skin and it blends really prettily for a product that has so much pigment. Inferno, which is definitely one of my favorites. I mean, it's just an Amanda shade. Absolutely stunning. And then Smolder. Smolder is a little bit more yellow. All three are really pretty. Definitely need to bring these back out and use them again because I haven't used them in a while. Oh, and I also have the shade Simmer. This is a really pretty one. Just a gorgeous pink. Okay, we are in the home stretch here. I have this Hard Candy Selfie oil. It's like, you know, that color changing kind of like blush oil. There it is. I might keep this for an upcoming video, maybe to dive into like color changing products. Would you guys want to see a video on that? You can see it does slowly turn like a really pretty pink. Very similar to the one from Euphoria. I am going to keep this for now. You can see it definitely leaves a stain too. Now this from Ulta, the Too Cheeky. Nothing really wrong with the formula, but I think it's probably time to just pass it along. This is the shade Spicy. It's pretty though, don't get me wrong. Now Hustle and Glow from Wet n Wild. This is really pretty, similar to Fuego Flush from Fenty Beauty. It is a unique kind of tangerine shade with a little bit of a gold. It's a really unique one, so I am going to keep it. Also, the formula is quite good for the price, that's for sure. Mob Beauty in M74. Mob Beauty is a brand not a lot of people talk about, but this is one of their blushes. I mean, I couldn't stop myself. Look at that. Ugh, it's pretty. Actually, recently I tried it and for some reason it looked a little choppy. I've never had that issue though before with these, so I might have to make sure to keep this out and test it again. In the past, I haven't had an issue, so I don't know why that was the case. The Fresh Fruit Lip and Cheek from Skin Food. Is this not adorable, guys? And you can mix and match all of these freaking gorgeous, juicy shades. It's adorable. It's so cute. Great for like a purse item. I love the packaging. And you know what? I bet with a little work, you could kind of depot this because it does look like they're in pans. As far as that juicy stained look to the cheeks, this is a good one. Stila Convertible Color. Beautiful product. And this is the shade Lilium. I don't think it's the best blush formula, but great shade, but there's ones that are better now, so I think I'm going to go ahead and declutter it. I did initially have this as like a reference item, but I'm not even feeling the need to reference it much anymore. Next up, we have the Pillow Talk Matte Beauty Blush Wands from Charlotte Tilbury. My favorite is this shade, Pillow Talk. It's beautiful. It has just this kind of brown note to it that's kind of hard to pick up, but it makes for a pretty excellent neutral blush shade that goes with everything. These also set down, by the way, so they're called matte. I think some people were like, they should be less dewy than they are, but here's the thing. There's no shimmer, and I think that's kind of where they were coming from when they called it matte. And also, I think a lot of you guys will be happy with the formula, the way it sets down on the skin. And then the shade Pink Pop, honestly, it's grown on me as I've continued to use it. I don't think it's quite as bright pink as they show on the website. It's a little bit more of like a peachy pink, but it's really pretty just for that very natural flush of color. I really like them. I definitely think that a lot of people would enjoy this formula. Long wearing, pretty, and just in general easy to work with. Which, you know, with luxury beauty, that ease of use I think is important. Now in contrast, the Glowgasm Beauty Light Wand in the shade Pinkgasm, that has more of that shimmer, you know, that shift to it that I think people really love about it. But I think I might even like the matte ones more now. I do think this is pretty though, so I will be keeping it. And also it's a product that I just, at this point, I have to have it in my makeup library with the way people talk about Charlotte Tilbury so much. It's something that I want to be able to reference. This is a pretty new product to me. It's the Le Beige Water Fresh Blush from Chanel. Now, this is the shade Intense Coral. You can see out on the hand the way it has this kind of water texture with the pigments, and then you mix it, and then it creates this veil of color. And this, it feels like kind of like a cheek tint to me. I really have to test this out more. I just have a feeling that you guys might really be interested in this. So let me know down below if you are. This is a liquid blush formula that I talk about a lot on my channel, but I gotta mention them again. They're really that good and affordable. So these are the Half Cake In Sync blushes. This is the shade Maybe Baby. And here's the shade New Classic. I also really love the shade Brown Sugar, and I imagine it's in a makeup bag somewhere, which is why I can't find it. But if you're looking for just a very easy to use, affordable, fresh looking blush, these are it. It's an indie brand.
Just a really, really pretty formula. And ever since I received these, I just always like to go back to them because the formula is just so good. So these, I guess these are blushes. I might as well talk about them. These are the Miracle Balms from Jones Road. This is the shade Flushed, and then this is the shade Bronze. This is a little sample. You know, I am not the hugest fan of this formula. I just like something that is a little bit less tacky and sticky, but you know, it does give a really nice glow to the skin and does make the skin look healthy. Like, I won't deny that. It definitely does. It's kind of like a hydrator product, and this is the shade Bronze. I do see why people really like these. I think I might like Flushed even more than the shade Bronze. Bronze has a very subtle kind of shimmer. Very subtle though. Keeping these for the library, because a lot of people talk about them. Revolution actually tried their hand at, you know, their kind of dupe for the ones from Jones Road, Miracle Balms. But these, you know, don't be fooled. I did recently do a Save or Splurge video and included these. They're not my favorite. They're like colored Vaseline. Not something that I would like to put on my cheeks. On the lips, they're not bad, but I'm going to go ahead and declutter both of these. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this entire blush collection in here. I think I can do it. And this is my new collection of cream blush. I feel so much better about this. And these are all the blushes that I am going to declutter. I'm going to do a little bit of organization here. All right, let's get to organizing. Not my best work as far as organization goes, but you know what? It is just a little bit more manageable to at least look at. So I hope that you guys found this declutter video super helpful. And if you did, it would really, really help me out if you guys could give this video a thumbs up. It just lets me know that you guys did find it helpful. I will leave all of the products, hopefully I can even fit them all, but I'll leave everything I talked about today, all of the products down in the description for you guys. I want to thank you guys again for being here. I know this was a long one. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in my next one. Hello everyone, and welcome to another blush declutter. I have already decluttered my cream blushes, but today we are tackling powders. And no matter the formula, whether it is powder or cream, I need it to blend seamlessly. I need it to be very easy to work with. And at the end of the day, I want a realistic flush, and I have a ton of favorites that really give me that true blushing effect. We'll talk about them today, but there are also some that I could certainly declutter. So if you're new to my channel, hi. I hope you find the video super helpful. If you're into that really beautiful flush cheek, my videos are definitely for you, so I would love for you to subscribe. And definitely stay tuned for my bronzer declutter coming very soon. I think we are going to start with the Essence Pure Nude Baked Blushes. Now, This is actually the same blush. Both shades are Pretty Peach, so I am going to go ahead and declutter this one. Now, of course, this is a baked formula. This formula Essence is certainly known for at this point. And essentially what a baked formula does is it gives you a little bit less pigment overall, but in the process, you're kind of left with this really soft on the skin kind of finish. You either like a baked formula or you don't, but if you are someone that tends to prefer them, you like that more sheer, soft on the skin kind of look. I think these are very pretty. You can see this one has a little bit of a shift to it as well, and it's not sparkly. You'll find throughout this video, I do not like a sparkly blush. I think this has a very nice balance. Very pretty, and as far as powder blushes go at an affordable price, I definitely do recommend this one. So I will be keeping this. Now, on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, these are the Tom Ford blushes. They're the Shade and Illuminate blushes, and I have mine in the shade Sun Drunk. Now, this is a completely different formula as far as powders go. What you are getting from this is something that feels much silkier and more finely milled. Actually, you can kind of hear, I'll put my finger into this powder and you can actually hear the difference. You hear how it just has a bit of a rougher feeling and sound to it. Now listen to this. I mean, you could barely hear it. What I typically do is just mix the two colors together and apply them right on. Now you can see it's not like flush with pigment. It doesn't have a ton of pigment. What this is though, is I consider it to be a finishing powder texture within a blush. And I think that that makes this really extra beautiful. There's just this kind of silkiness, and if you're someone that likes a really blurred look on your cheeks, rather than going in with a finishing powder, this could be a nice alternative. I think it's absolutely stunning. Again, I really like to mix the two, but I will say this side in particular, if you're into that more sunburnt effect, you'll come to find in this video, I love that look. It is a really, really, really beautiful color for that kind of flush. Now this is expensive, however, I do think it is really beautiful. Again, especially if you are into that really finely milled, silky blush look. So I will be keeping this one. In, again, the more expensive territory, we have this blush from Dior. It's their Backstage Rosy Glow in the shade 004 Coral. Now, I actually heard they're coming out with more shades. Very exciting. What is really beautiful about this blush, and also the original shade, the pink shade, it essentially is, in my opinion, that blush for your blush. And I know that might seem kind of weird to you all, but it essentially, these original shades though, they have this kind of almost a neon note or a quality that ends up adding that extra bit of brightening to your cheeks. And that is why I find them to be very unique. Now, this one is a little bit warmer. The other shade is, of course, a little bit cooler. So depending on your skin tone, one might work better than the other. So I have more of a warm skin tone. I did have the original Rosy Glow blush in the actual original packaging from Dior. But what you can kind of see, and hopefully you can see that there, it just brings this extra bit of life to the skin. And I just can't tell you, whenever I feel like my makeup is looking dull, I don't understand what's happening with it. I don't know why. Overall, I feel like there's this kind of sallowness to my look. Take a little bit of this onto the cheeks and a little bit into the crease, or even if you'd like, you can put some of this on your forehead. It's not even super noticeable right away. It just looks like it's just coming through the skin in, I believe, to be a really, really unique way. Mine, I did drop it and now it kind of like, you hear that? It kind of like came out. So I could just depot this into a palette if I wanted to, but for some reason I haven't done that yet. Anyway, it is absolutely fantastic. I do highly recommend. And if you guys would like to see me try out some of the other shades, let me know. I am interested in like their take on the new shades, especially because the original two shades really do work as that kind of brightening blush look. And the other ones, I don't know if they will. Definitely, certainly keeping this. You know what? Right at the beginning of the video, I want to call out a new favorite to my collection. This is a blush from Hourglass. It is the Ambient Lighting Blush in the shade Mood Exposure. Now, this is another one of those baked formulas that we were just talking about. But the difference is that in the kind of Hourglass way, they have been able to create a texture that really, it almost kind of warms up on the skin. You know, with a swatch, I don't necessarily get much color and I'm just kind of like, oh, you know, it's just whatever. It's not looking like much. And then when it applies on, it truly does create this candle lit effect. And what I mean by candle lit, you know, Hourglass does use that term a lot, but what candle lit means to me is that it refines the skin the way that like candlelight would. You know, it has this softening effect. The imperfections just look a little bit more blurred. And I don't know if you can tell from this shade, it is so natural on the skin. Really, as far as powder formulas go, I think it's one of the absolute best. It makes me curious about some of the other shades actually. Again, this is the shade Mood Exposure, which looks quite plum, and they even describe it as a plum, but I don't find it to be overly cool toned necessarily. You could use this with a big brush and kind of use it as that finishing powder meets blush kind of look. You can see that there are swirls of a finishing powder in here as well. I think it's a really unique and beautiful, beautiful product. And personally, I've been finding myself reaching for it nearly every time I do my makeup. I'm actually having to like force myself to put this away to like actually try new makeup. But yeah, I think it's absolutely fantastic. So, so happy I tried it. And they also have a travel size. I'll leave a link to the travel size down below because the price is definitely better. And you know, a lot of us don't go through an entire blush anymore necessarily. So if you were interested, I will leave that down below, but this is certainly staying. Now, next on the docket, I have one of the new Giorgio Armani Luminous Silk Glow blushes, and I have the shade 30. Now, this is still new to me. I have used it a couple times. Actually, when I do my makeup today, I might go ahead and use this one again. But honestly, you guys, it's really, really pretty. I really enjoy the shade. And I know a lot of people are kind of talking about the shade that's similar to like, you know, NARS Orgasm. I'm not a huge shimmer person, and this one is way more of a satin finish. But I will say, right off the bat, you can see these have more pigment to them than some of the other blushes, at least in the luxury realm, you know, that we've been talking about. And I think if you like that pop, these will certainly give it to you. If you are not afraid of that really pretty blushing effect, I think they're great. And again, it's nice because it's more of a satin kind of look. You can see it almost has like a touch of a something to it, you know, that touch of a light reflection quality. Super beautiful. I love Giorgio Armani as far as the Luminous Silk range. I love the foundation, absolutely love the concealer, and you know, that's very difficult, at least for me, to fall in love with a concealer. If you don't know the story, leave me a comment and I'd be happy to explain. But anyway, I am very excited to have this in my collection. Kind of interested in other shades as well. Now, this is a blush I know I can pass along. I absolutely love the Honest Beauty cream blushes, but this is their lip powder blush in the shade Foxy. I actually don't think this is a bad product, and there will be people that are watching right now that will really enjoy this. If you prefer a blush with more pigment, you like pigment, you want something with a decent shift to it, like you can see there definitely is a stronger shift to this. And in general, you want that kind of bronzer, like blonzer kind of effect. I think you might really like this. The reason I have this is that I compared it to the Bare Minerals bronzers. And for me, this is very, very similar to that product. But in general, I do think that there's too strong of a shift, you know, a little bit too strong of that highlighted effect. And I wish it was a touch more finely milled just for my personal preference. So I will be passing this along. But you can see it definitely, you know, it definitely leaves some pigment. So if you like pigment, it's there. Next, we have the Persona Super Blush in the shade Terracotta. I have to try this out a little bit more. You know what? I don't really have much of a, I don't know, like an impression to give you guys. I will say that for a terracotta, it leans pretty yellow in my opinion. But anyway, I do tend to really enjoy colors like this. If you have more of a yellow undertone and you are looking for a blush that might be able to give you a touch of that bronzy effect, this could actually be a great option. I know a lot of people really love the bright bubblegum pink shade. I'm going to be keeping this just because I do think it's actually quite a unique color, and I'd like to get a better feel for the formula. The few times that I wore it, I was really pleased with it. Now, these are a really, really underrated product in my opinion. They're from Clinique. They are the cheek pops. So I have the shade Pansy Pop here, and I also have the shade Nude Pop. Now, essentially, these to me are such a beautiful product if you love that kind of silky, pretty cheek look. Now, Pansy Pop is wonderful if you have more of a cool skin tone, but anyone can use a lavender blush like this. It just kind of adds this oomph and this pop to your cheeks, similar to the way one of the Dior Rosy Glow blushes might. They are definitely not as scary as they look. See, if you kind of like blend it out, it just adds this kind of like veil of brightening that can really pull together a look. Also, this is the shade Nude Pop, and Nude Pop definitely has less pigment, but what you're left with is kind of just this veil of silkiness. The powders themselves are baked, but it's kind of like a baked gel formula, which I think makes for a formula that might be more flattering in my opinion than something like the one from Essence. They're a little bit easier to control, and I think that just as far as, you know, me and my preferences, I lean towards cream, and these tend to look a little bit creamier on the skin. I think they're very beautiful. Honestly, I've had my eye on Cola Pop for a really long time. If you're into that like kind of black cherry kind of look, might be a shade to look into, but yes, I am going to be keeping these. Super, super pretty blushes. All right, guys, make way for my favorite peach blush that I own. It's Creamy Peach from Makeup by Mario. And listen, I don't actually think that every blush color from this line is good. I tried out the plum and I didn't like it, but this is just, it's on another level, guys. Look at that. Look. Oh my gosh. That it just immediately kind of melts onto the skin while leaving that beautiful, beautiful pigment behind. And I don't know if you can tell, there is the slightest touch of like a glimmer, but that glimmer doesn't necessarily translate on the skin as a shimmer, which for me is so important, actually pretty crucial. Whenever I am looking for a peachy blush look, it's difficult for me to not reach for this because it's just, again, it's the best. I think that makeup built up in kind of thin layers can look truly the best. And with a powder like this, because it is so, so thin on the skin, I always feel like my makeup looks better and it doesn't, you know, exaggerate or make the texture on my skin look awkward. It's just a really, really beautiful one. Also, I love that magnetic closure. It's a great touch. Better than a lot of very, very expensive blushes out there. It's a good one, guys. Don't sleep on this one. Now, this is one I still need to try out more. It's gotten kind of buried. It's the Cloud Crush Blurring Blush in Head in the Clouds by Too Faced. So, let's get this open. There we go. You know, it kind of, the formula is reminiscent of the one from Tom Ford. It definitely has that kind of creamy, blurred vibe to it. Honestly, this color is kind of boring in my opinion, but I think that there could be something to this. You know, in the finger at least, this feels like the formula itself feels very Tom Ford. So would you guys like to see me compare the two? I feel like I might be onto something with that. I'm gonna keep this for now, possibly compare the two if you guys would like to see. Next, we have this cotton blush from Misha. It's in the shade Mama's Camel Coat. I was really excited for this just because of the shade. I thought that it would be a really nice addition to my blush collection, but it's so sheer that on the cheeks, I just feel like it's not really giving anything. Honestly, it's just not my favorite. I do have a lot of K-beauty videos coming up, which would be a reason to keep this, but honestly, I don't know how many people are even asking for a video on this, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and declutter. I wonder if NARS still makes this shade. I feel like they have to. It's the shade Savage. And I picked this up because I forget why. If you are one of the people that love the Bare Minerals bronzers, might be something to look into because this is pigmented and it has that kind of like shift thing that a lot of people like. But for me, it's too pigmented just for my skin. However, if you have a medium skin tone or even a deep skin tone, I think that this one could be something to look into. I mean, the shade itself is absolutely gorgeous, but I'm not reaching for it, so I'm going to go ahead and declutter. Honestly, that'd be beautiful on the eyes too. Now, the Buxom Wanderlust blushes are a beautiful mid-range blush. I have the shade Seychelles. Oh God, you guys corrected me in my last video, and and here I am again. I forgot to figure out how to pronounce this one, but this is gorgeous. Very similar to the Makeup by Mario formula. This shade is a little bit sheer, but do you see how it kind of has this glisten and a glimmer? This shade does have more reflect, I think, than Creamy Peach from Makeup by Mario, but it's the same kind of thin texture that really wants to adhere to the skin, which I love for longevity. And then my favorite is Dolly. It's perfection. And when someone asks me, hey, what's your favorite powder blush, period? It's almost always Dolly from Buxom. Probably tied with the Creamy Peach from Makeup by Mario, but look. Oh God. And you see when I shift my hand, the way this kind of reflects in this beautiful, very soft way, it's on the skin, it's going to do that too. And it's not going to look choppy or heavy or awkward. It's a good one. Again, I think they're around 20 bucks. They will last you a long time. And in the summer, if you are looking for that long wear powder blush look, these are definitely one to look into, especially Dolly, because Dolly does have a little bit more pigment, but beautiful. Could not recommend them enough. My Chanel blush in the shade Rose Bronze was an absolute favorite. And I think they reformulated. I don't know. This is the original. If you still want this shade, I hope it is the same shade for you. But it's just a delight. It really is. I believe it's their like most popular or was their most popular shade. I don't know. It always adds something to my look. Yeah, I don't know if you can really see that there. It has not only like a very soft, warm kind of champagne shift, but it also has a little bit of a pink too. I just find that, for my skin tone, it ends up being super flattering, really beautiful, but I can't say for sure whether or not this is the formula you're still going to get. I am going to keep it for now, but because it has been discontinued, it's kind of on my watch list. I don't like to keep a ton of discontinued makeup. Now this is kind of a similar vibe to Coral from Dior. This is from Surat and it's the shade Cantaloupe. But you'll see they are a touch different. So that is Surat Cantaloupe. Honestly, I don't know how much longer Surat's going to be around. I just feel like they don't come out with a lot of new releases anymore. And then here's Coral from Dior. You see how you would think they'd be kind of the same in theory. Cantaloupe from Surat has just way more orange to it. It's right there. I really like it. but I'm just not reaching for it a ton, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and pass it along. Now, this is Earthly Blush number 7 from Burberry. I can't even tell you guys how old this is. It's old. It is very old. But when I had this, I used it kind of as a blush bronzer. I loved it. Let me get all of this off my hand, or as much as I can. This was my jam, especially if you have more fair skin. It was that kind of perfect shaping blush color that I just always reach for. The formula is super silky, similar to the one from Tom Ford. If they still make this, I will leave it down below because I think it's an absolutely beautiful quality product. Honestly, I might try and use a little bit in the cheekbone today just to see, think about good old times with this one. But honestly, it is quite old, so it might be time to pass it along. I will say though, this has a 36-month shelf life. That is great. Bravo for that. Definitely makes me feel better about keeping it for so long. Next, I have Flirtatious from Pat McGrath, a very, very beautiful blush. Pressed quite firmly, firmly in the pan. You can see this is quite subtle though. What I like to do with this is when I'm just not sure what blush to wear, this is gonna kind of go with everything. It's so neutral, but the formula is really nice. It's quite thin on the skin, which I really appreciate. And it's great as a layering blush if I, already have cream blush on and I just want to add a little bit of stability and longevity. I'll add a light layer of this. I think it's great. It's one that you don't have to like fuss with too much. You can just stick a big brush in, apply it all over the cheeks, and it's going to look good. So I do really enjoy this one and I will be keeping that one. I also have a couple of blushes here from Well People. I think these are really beautiful. So I have the shade Wild Fig right here. And I also have the shade Hazelnut Harvest. I will say these, you have to like make sure that you're watching the pigment, especially Hazelnut Harvest. It'll definitely pack a punch as far as pigment goes. But I think as far as baked blushes, they are really pretty. I really enjoy the shades. As far as usability, like user-friendly kind ofness, I think the Essence ones are a little bit more user-friendly, or, of course, if we're going in the high-end range, the Hourglass ones, I think are a little bit easier to work with. I think I'm going to go ahead and declutter Hazelnut Harvest, and then I'm going to keep Wild Fig. Venetian Rose Blush. These are pretty iconic. This is a very iconic product to Cosmetics. But I just so rarely reach for it anymore. It makes me kind of sad. I think I'm gonna kind of put this one in the waiting room, potentially to declutter. Maybe I'll use it one more time and kind of make a decision after that. But I feel like someone could get a lot more use out of this than I have personally been getting. I have one more blush from Well People. I forgot about this. It's Guava Twist. This one's pretty. Look at that. Ooh, I really like that for like a summertime, right on the top of the cheekbone kind of look. I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep this one. I think it's really pretty. Now, we have the Sephora collection blushes, but these have been discontinued and reformulated. So like Date Night, which I think is a really pretty shade, like you can't get it anymore. This shade in particular, it was like a really vibrant, pretty pink. And then Hot Flush, which, whew, that is a great shade. Especially if you like Fuego Flush from Fenty. There is a little bit more kind of shimmer in this one, so I'm going to go ahead and declutter this one. Honestly, I think I might keep Date Night just because I love it and just kind of use it personally. And I'll go ahead and declutter Hot Flush. But I need to try that new formula from Sephora. Hopefully it's just as good. Speaking of more discontinued products, Dallas from Benefit. I still like this formula the most. I think that the new formula from Benefit isn't as good. They added more pigment and now it kind of just looks choppy. I don't know what to say about it. But this is like my perfect blush bronzer kind of shade. Just always looks really pretty. You see how it has just like a little, it's just a little bit more neutral than like that terracotta shade from Persona. It ends up being like a great kind of bronzer shade for super fair skin, which is what I used to use it for. I actually used this on my Instagram in a reel recently. I'll leave my Instagram down below if you guys want to follow me over there. But you know, this is an old classic. This is like a 2015 Amanda favorite. I'm keeping it. Now, this is the Pastel Cushion Blusher from FMGT. I believe, is this a Korean brand? Yes, at least it's made in Korea. The packaging really got me, you guys, because look at how adorable this is. Has the really pretty blusher in it, and then you go ahead and apply it on. It actually has more pigment than I was expecting. I'm excited to keep trying this one out for upcoming K-beauty videos. Make sure you're subscribed for that, but I'm keeping this. Oh, and by the way, it's like pretty affordable. Though I will say, to like get it back on, like do a twist, probably not a push. Look at how beautiful that is. Love that design. And lastly, I have two products from Florasis. Oh God. I should know how to pronounce that. Anyway, this is the shade Peony Rosy Blush, and this is one of their standalone blushes. Really pretty, honestly. Like, I think that they do some really good formulas. I'm going to keep that one, but this to me is a standout. Their face palette, it's their makeup relief palette. Kind of interesting. Is that, I'm not positive if that is like, it's just a relief to have everything in one area. Honestly, can relate. This blush over here is absolutely gorgeous. So finely milled and beautiful. And I mean, also look at just the embossing. That alone is beautiful. But that shade, absolutely gorgeous. The bronzer, beautiful. You know, just like side note, there's the bronzer right there. Great, great shade. I just see a touch of an olive in there that I really like. This is kind of like a setting powder, and I use this to kind of clean up things. You know, if I take my blush down too far, my bronzer down too far on the cheeks, just adding a little bit of this kind of acts as a brightener and kind of cleans everything up. And then finally, this highlight. The highlight's actually beautiful. I haven't used a powder highlight in a while, but look at that. Just like gorgeous, glimmering. I think that this is a great palette. I was really, really excited to try this out. And when I'm in a rush, I often reach for this. It just has everything in it. I can stick my brush in and like, I know everything's going to look seamless and beautiful. So I do think this is worth the money. All right, so let's put all the blushes I'm keeping in here. Alrighty, so these are all the blushes I'm going to keep, and here are the ones that I am decluttering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, not bad. Got passing along 7 blushes. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Definitely make sure you're tuning in for my bronzer declutter. It's a great time for bronzer, and I'm gonna be going over all of my favorites. Thank you again for watching. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you in my next one. Hey everyone, so in today's video I have a ton of cream blushes to declutter with you all. So we are doing speed reviews of every single cream blush formula that I have. I'm going to give you an overview of my entire collection, and then also I think it's time for a bit of a declutter. It is the spring and it is time to do a bit of spring cleaning. So that's what I'm doing today. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, definitely make sure you're subscribed because I have a lot of declutter videos upcoming on my channel. I'll leave all the products I talk about today down below as well. So just jumping into it, I have a bunch of liquid blushes here, cream blushes here. You all wanted to see a combined video, so I'm always listening, and that's what we're gonna do. You know what, let's first start off here with Charlotte Tilbury. So Charlotte Tilbury actually came out with their Pillow Talk Matte Beauty Blush wands, I believe early last year. These essentially are
Charlotte Tilbury's newer matte version of the Glowgasm Beauty Light Wand, which if you guys are familiar with this product, there are a few different shades, but this one in particular is the shade Pinkgasm, and it is essentially their more blushy shade. This kind of went viral, so I think it makes sense why they decided to expand a little bit here. Now, Pinkgasm is very pretty. I think if you are a fan of a luminous blush, like you enjoy a pearl to your blush, I find this one to be very pretty. Now, what you'll come to find in this video is that I'm very picky with the kinds of luminosity that are within my blush. If I get luminosity, but my skin overall looks more textured, I would honestly just rather not. I'd rather not go down that road. But this one, I don't have to choose. It blends really beautifully, so I am going to be keeping this one. It is a very beautiful one. However, that being said, I like this formula even more. These matte blushes from Charlotte Tilbury are absolutely beautiful. So my favorite shade is this shade Pillow Talk. It is, let me squeeze that a little bit for you guys. It's so pretty. The reason I really like it is it's just a little bit of like a mauvey brown. I like that it's not too purple. I think the way they've balanced it just makes it a very easy blush to wear really any day, any kind of look, blend out so seamlessly. Now these are matte in the sense that they don't have any shimmer to them, but I don't think that the finish is necessarily matte. I consider this to be more of a natural finish. And then I also have the shade Pink Pop. Now, Pink Pop, I really was not expecting much from this shade, honestly, but it's really beautiful. For me, I consider this to be more of a peachy pink rather than like a bubblegum kind of pink, which I know everyone loves bubblegum pink. It feels like, or like kind of like a candy Barbie pink. But I think that this one is going to get along with more people, this kind of pink. Just that little bit of warmth I think is really pretty. But anyway, you guys, this is an expensive formula. That's definitely true. They do perform, and that's why I really enjoy them. I am going to be keeping both of them. I really love both. But I also have this backup of the Pillow Talk shade. Now, if this was a backup in the Pink Pop, then I would probably declutter it and give it to someone else. But because this is my favorite shade and I use that blush all the time, I think for now I'm gonna keep it. We'll see like how quickly I go through the other one. Let's see, next up we have this Bosma blush. Now, what are these called? They're the cream, just called the cream blushes. Now, first of all, I don't like this packaging because I find that sometimes I'm like struggling to find which angle to open it. And also it just doesn't, I don't know, the packaging just doesn't feel as satisfying as I would like. However, all of that aside, because at the end of the day, there's only so much I care about with packaging. I can get it open functionally. But here's the thing. For me, formula is number one. I really like this formula. The shade is really pretty. It applies very evenly, and I find that I'm able to build it up if I want to, but sheer it out as well. I also find that it lasts really well on the skin. I just think it's really easy to work with, and I found their foundation stick to be the same way. Easy to work with makeup always gets my stamp of approval, I find, or it's way more likely to get my stamp of approval. Overly dewy, it's not overly matte. So in general, I just find it to be like a very stable cream blush. Is it like the sexiest, fanciest formula out there? No, but again, it is very dependable. So I'm going to keep that one. Next up, we have the Seal Blush and Protect. Now, this shade is the shade Christy. I'm pretty sure this is a fan favorite shade for a lot of folks. I really like this blush. It is actually quite pigmented, so if you enjoy that, I think there's a good chance that you'll like this blush. It just has a really seamless effect. It's quite dewy on the skin, so you have to like a little bit more of a dewy flush. It's not like greasy though, obviously, but this kind of shade, this kind of warm nude shade, I think is really good if you don't want to fuss with a blush and a bronzer. If you have something similar to my skin tone, this is kind of just gonna be a quick everyday flush. You can put it on the cheekbones, put it on the forehead, and it is just that blush to make everything look seamless. If you have more of a neutral to warm makeup look, like this is always gonna kind of go with it. So I think also focusing on blush shades that you see yourself using a lot is a good thing. This one is very good. It also has SPF 30, so I would never rely on this for my SPF. You guys know that, but I don't think there's anything wrong with adding a little extra SPF into our makeup items as long as, again, we're not like relying on them. I actually have a couple more shades in the mail coming, and I'm trying out their bronzer stick, so you'll probably see that in my cream bronzer declutter that's coming up soon. Next up, I have this little K-Beauty Can Make Cream blush. Now, I used to have so many of these, and by the way, I do have a K-Beauty haul coming incredibly soon, so make sure you're tuned in for that video if you like K-Beauty, but the Can Make Cream blushes, this is the shade CL01. It's important because they do have a couple of different red shades. I'm pretty sure there's like a strawberry red, and this is more of like a true red in my opinion. Like, look at that. It's really difficult to find shades like this. More brands are doing it, but this was one of the first that I tried years ago when I was getting into cream blush. What I find really pretty about it is the texture. The texture is kind of insane, kind of difficult to even describe. It's like a gel cream. It feels so much more like, I don't know, like a balm, but it doesn't go on in a sticky way, which is awesome. They've really managed to create a very interesting formula. By the way, though, just to be clear, this isn't necessarily K Beauty. Can Make is a Japanese brand, so it's J Beauty. I'm going to be keeping it. It is affordable. It's really nice. I will say though that it does have more silicone in it, so occasionally it just won't get along with my skin. You'll find in this video that really silicone heavy formulas do that for me sometimes. But using this kind of like on the tippy tops of my cheekbones, on the bridge of the nose, that's how I love using red blush. And honestly, I feel like my makeup is missing sometimes when I'm not even using a little bit of a red blush sometimes. I've gotten like so used to looking at myself with that. But anyway, I would love to do a video on red blush. Would you guys like to see that? I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions in today's video, so don't be afraid to leave me a comment, give me some feedback. But anyway, this is one that has really stuck with me and I really enjoy it. Incredibly affordable. So keeping this one. All right, guys, this is the Hard Candy Selfie like pH blush. You can see it's like a blush oil. Pretty sure that they made this to ultimately dupe the one from Euphoria. I picked this up just to see like if I would even like a product like this. We'll give it a second. You guys can see how it changes. I mean, you gotta admit that is kind of, it is kind of satisfying. But this is just not something that I see myself really using. Texture is very like oily. There isn't like a slip to it. But if there's anything that I know about myself is that like I'm just not going to reach for this. And I just got to be real with myself on that level today to actually make somewhat of a declutter, considering this is like one of my favorite makeup categories, clearly. That's the first decluttered blush we have today. Next, let's talk about the Merit Blush Balms. Now, these are my two absolute favorite shades from the line. This shade Rouge, which, I mean, it's a red blush. This is one that I've been reaching for a lot. They just recently released it. I really like about this formula, and by the way, you can see this red has like a little bit of a strawberry note to it, which I think will make it I don't know. I think that that does make it a little bit more wearable for folks that are afraid of a more red blush, because here you can see when you go to blend it out how it creates that just soft strawberry effect. But hopefully you can also see the Merit Flush Balms are, again, they go on balmy. It is a more emollient formula, but there's also this pretty translucence to them, and they do eventually kind of dry down in a slightly more staining kind of way. There is kind of a fresh glow to them though. It's not like a flat kind of matte formula. And this is the shade Fox. So if you love these more toasty shades, this is going to be a really good match for you. Definitely one of those shades, again, that I can see wearing kind of all over the face as a blush bronzer hybrid. I really enjoy blush shades like this. And honestly, I love bronzer shades that kind of do the same thing. So those are the two shades that I have. I really enjoy both of them, so I will be keeping both. The blush that will be going is the Halo Glow Beauty Wand from e.l.f. This is the shade Rose You Slay. Their e.l.f. actually has their luminous putty blushes that if you want a luminous effect, I would highly recommend checking those out over picking this up, or even their liquid blushes, which I can talk about those in a second. In actuality, you guys, this just does not look flattering on the skin. It just doesn't. I'm pretty sure I even saved this as like, I don't know, like a bad, not good, hyped up kind of item. Would you guys maybe be interested in like a quote unquote bad dupes video? I've definitely talked about this in some of my save or splurge videos, but sometimes it's nice to have a video of all quote unquote bad products, which I'm just more so saying that as like a title idea. I don't think it's as black and white as good or bad products, but that could be a cool video idea. I'm gonna for now keep this in the declutter bin, but you guys let me know. Want to make sure that I'm always like checking in with you all on what you actually would love to see, because I have so many ideas spinning in my head like every single day, and it's really nice to be able to pare down and really zero into what feels interesting for both of us. So again, let's talk about those e.l.f. blushes. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have 6 different shades here. The first thing that you need to know is that I try a lot of makeup. I try a lot of affordable makeup too, and part of the reason I end up leaning sometimes towards high-end makeup is just the performance of the product overall. I like to find formulas that work well, you know, whatever the price point is, and I want to only recommend the best of the best, because I think that there are a decent amount of you that would rather save up for a really excellent product rather than buy 3 affordable products but never really be completely happy with the formula. At least this is how I think of it. What I'm trying to say is when I recommend affordable makeup, it's not because it's affordable, it's because I love the formula. This blush from e.l.f., these blushes are absolutely excellent. I absolutely love the formula. So let's give you guys some swatches here. I do want to declutter a couple just because I have a lot of them. This is the shade Peach Perfect, very warm, soft nude shade. I have the shade Coral Crush, which I'm pretty sure when I was buying them, I was like, Amanda, don't get the coral shade. You have too many coral blushes. And then I did anyway. And I was very happy that I did, not gonna lie. What's really nice about this coral shade is there's a little bit of this kind of neonness to the coral blush, which I find in the summer just looks so, so pretty. Really, really happy with Coral Crush. Next up we have, this is the shade Pinky Promise. You can see the doe foot applicators are a little bit more rounded. So nice for like kind of dotting on the face if that's what you'd like to do. That's the shade Pinky Promise. I don't use this shade a ton because I Usually find myself reaching for this shade, which is Dusty Rose instead. It's very, very pretty. I find it to just be kind of a similar shade to like Christy from Seal. It's just adding some really pretty warmth. Really, really nice. Next up, we have a shade which is very incredible. And by the way, I'm not sure how clear it is on camera. I noticed it in person and was a little bit afraid, but when you look really up close at the components, the formulas look like they have these little shimmers in them. You don't get that once they're on the skin. So I was really worried about that because, again, I'm just very cognizant of shimmer in products. I don't want it to highlight the texture that I have on my skin, but these do not do that. If anything, they kind of like smooth out the look of the skin. So again, this is the shade Bronze Bombshell. It's beautiful. I really love shades like this. I know they might look a little bit intimidating to some people if you're very fair like I am. However, this is a perfect like mix of a blush and a bronzer shade for me. Gives you a really, really cool out in the sun effect. And I think that more people should be into these kind of shades. Every brand does their version of this a little bit differently, and I also really like that. It's just fun for me to try these blush bronzer hybrid shades. They've always been something that I really liked. Now, we also have this shade, the last one, which is coming in hot pink. I don't like this shade very much. Not because the shade itself isn't pretty, but I need so little with this. Like here, this is just one dot. You see how bright that is? Like how so little goes like such a long way. It's this very pretty raspberry shade. I would imagine this looking absolutely beautiful on a deeper skin tone as well. That is what is nice about some of these shades, just the intensity makes them actually usable for more people. So here are all of the shades that I have. Again, they're so pretty, but I don't need all of them. So here's what I'm gonna do. I know I'm going to keep this coral shade. The coral, the coral is staying. Definitely keeping the bronzed beach, or what is it called? Bronzed babe? Bronzed bombshell shade. I think I'm going to go ahead and declutter peach, no, which one is it? Yeah, I'm going to declutter Peach Perfect because I don't reach for it a lot. If you like a beigey kind of blush, I think that this shade would be really pretty, but I personally just don't see myself using it. So that one is going to go. I am going to keep Dusty Rose, which is right there. I really, really like that shade, and it's very pretty for every day. I'm going to keep the shade Pinky Promise, which is right there. Just honestly, you guys, that shade is very, very pretty for summery looks. Like, imagine mixing these two together as I do it. You don't have to imagine it. Look at that. Is that shade not so pretty? God, it almost reminds me of like Trix yogurt. I don't I don't know why. It's just kind of a delicious shade. So certainly keeping that one, but I am going to go ahead and declutter Coming in Hot Pink because I don't reach for it a lot. Next up, we have this little blush. It's the Ceramide Multi Balm from Iris and Romeo. So this is a brand that I quite honestly need to try more of their items. I have a couple kind of rolling around. This is the shade Rosy Glow, and I feel like I'm never giving them like a full shot. Like I'd really like to just actually sit down with the products and give them a go. I have found particularly interesting and something I've noticed is that the brand's formulas do feel reminiscent of some formulas I've tried from Jones Road. So, for example, this balm feels like a very similar kind of texture and even honestly a similar scent to the one from Jones Road. And they also have their Best Skin Day Ever, I believe it's called. It's like a cream foundation. And that product feels pretty similar to the What the Foundation from Jones Road. So I think I should probably dive into it. What way am I going? There we go. So I am keeping this for now just so I can, you know, again, keep trying some new brands. Maybe I'll do a little comparison of the two similar formulas that I've been sniffing out. Now, the Maneater blush from Tarte, a lot of people have compared this to the Charlotte Tilbury Glowgasm Beauty Light Wand. This is the shade Peachy Pink from Tarte. It's beautiful. I love this. It's more of a gel kind of texture, whereas I think the one from Charlotte Tilbury is a little bit more liquidy. This just, to me, feels a little bit more gel-like. It's so pretty though. Beautiful, even application on the cheeks. It gives a very dewy effect. So if you are someone that wants a similar look to the one from Charlotte Tilbury, but wants something with even less like luminosity as far as pearl, I would go with this one. The sheen that you're getting, it's partially from pearl, but it's also because of like the finish as a whole. And it's damn pretty. I think Tarte did a really good job with this. I know that they have some other like liquid blushers that they've come out with. They've really been coming out with like back to back to back releases, it feels like. But I think pausing and looking at the line, this formula, there's nothing wrong with it. And in fact, it's very good. So next we have the LYS Higher Standard Satin Matte Cream Blush in Self Love. I wish that I had picked up another shade because I'm finding myself just not really reaching for this. I think that it's just a little bit too raspberry, just a little more than I was expecting at least. It is a nice formula, and I'm actually really excited to try their cream blush sticks. They just came out with like a luminous version of these. So, you know, let me know if you'd like me to try that out. If you would, I will. If no one says anything, then I don't know if I will, honestly. But I think this one does need to get a little bit more love on my channel though. So maybe I'll just pick up the new formula or another shade of this. If there's a shade you really like, definitely let me know. Now, I have a couple of Juicy Ping blushers from A Pew, which is a K-beauty brand. I have the shade 0R01, which is, I love like the nail polish applicator. I think it's kind of silly, but see how much I'm putting on? Like you're like, damn, that's a lot, but watch. It like really shears out. Like there's a lot of translucence to them, which I think you'll either enjoy that or you won't. In the past, I've wished for them to be more pigmented, but for a really, really natural blushing look, I think that it makes sense why they toned down the pigment of these. And I will also say that I would rather it offer this kind of juiciness to the skin with light pigmentation rather than it be light pigmentation and be more of a matte finish, because those liquid blushes really tend to underwhelm me. Now, this shade is the shade RO2, and I was just hoping that this was going to be a little bit more intense versus 01. So there's the shade. Very, very pretty. And you can see as far as the pigmentation, just a little bit more. You're getting just a touch more. It's not necessarily because the formula is different, just the shade is gonna look a little bit brighter on the skin. Both have that bit of a translucence, so these aren't for folks that want something similar to like, you know, the Rare Beauty liquid blushes. I think I am going to go ahead and keep the shade RO2, this shade, because the darker shade, because I think I'll actually use it more. I picked this up like last year and I barely even have gotten to use it. I mean, it's still in its box. So I'll go ahead and keep this one, but I think I'm going to declutter R01, which is like this very faint kind of peachy shade. So pretty though. I think I'm going to declutter the shade Work from Milk Makeup. This is their old, big old packaging. If you know, you know. I feel like Milk Makeup can't really escape it. No one has let them. Like, we'll talk about these in a few minutes. The Cooling Water Jelly Tint from Milk Makeup. You can see the size difference there. They used to give you a full ounce of cheek product, which, listen, who is going to use a full ounce of cheek product? Not many people. Though I will say my sister did go through their entire bronzer stick, I'm pretty sure. So maybe some people will. Anyway, the shade Work. I think this is really pretty. I don't reach for it. Honestly, there's like not a thing wrong with it. The smell has kind of changed a little bit, so it might be time for this to go. However, I'd be open to picking up some of their newer shades because the newer shades look really pretty. So I'm going to go ahead and declutter this one. Honestly, it kind of feels wrong for me too, just because that was one of the first like cream blush formulas and cream bronzer formulas that I tried. It just feels like, damn, time is moving. But anyway, so I also have the Cooling Water Jelly Tint from Milk Makeup. Here it is in all of its jelly glory. It definitely is like the cranberry sauce at Thanksgiving kind of vibe. And this is the shade Chill. I'm not going to give you like a full swatch on my hand because then my entire hand will be stained, but I will give you guys that. I think that it's a fun product. It's not like the easiest stain in the world to work with just because of the texture. There's a reason why a lot of stains rely on liquid. It is to make them easier to spread onto the skin. There's what it looks like when I've wiped it all off. Like you can see it definitely leaves a good stain. But as a whole, I do like this. Like it does last well on the skin. There's something really nice and lightweight and airy about it. Just it doesn't feel like anything really. This is something that you want to try. I wouldn't knock you for it. I tried it. I think it's nice. If you work with very thin foundation textures, very thin concealers, this is going to work well in your routine because you're dealing with a lot of thin textures. But if you like emollients, you like creaminess, this is not going to work. You need to kind of pair your products with similar formulas and textures. And this needs, in my opinion, to be paired with other thin formulas, or else it'll kind of be very stark on the skin, as in, like, if you're wearing a very creamy bronzer and you put this on top, you'll see how thin this texture is and the differentiation between this and how creamy the bronzer is. Like, it'll become kind of obvious, in my opinion. It is very long wearing. So going into summer, that is really nice. Now, this is a blush that everyone loved. Like, I really enjoy the Water Fresh tint from Chanel, so I was really excited about this. This is the shade Intense Coral. It's the Le Beige Water Fresh blush. So here it is. You can see it has all the little pigments, and then you break them up and you get this watery blush. For some reason, it just looks kind of choppy on my skin. Maybe it's something. Hey everyone, so in today's video, I'm going to be sharing with you all my entire powder blush collection, and also we'll be doing a bit of decluttering. I am in the process of moving, so I am going to be doing a little bit more decluttering to make my life easier as I'm going through the move. When it comes to my powder blushes, I want something that is long lasting, really vibrant, but at the end of the day, I really want a lifelike effect, something that is very skin loving and doesn't make my skin look dry or flat. I really have high expectations when it comes to powder blush, so I hope that you all enjoy the declutter. Make sure to subscribe if you'd like to see more and give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy it. And with all of that, let us begin. First up here, we have the Color Fuse blush from House Labs. Now, this is the shade Watermelon Bliss. And if you checked out my red blush video that I recently did, you would know that this is definitely a favorite. And I think especially if you have oily skin, and you struggle with your blush lasting, I think that this is a beautiful option. I think that's for a couple of reasons. So one, it's a beautiful silky texture. This is definitely going to blur on your skin. So if you have enlarged pores, also really good for that. But I think the reason this is so good for oily skin is it has really beautiful, vibrant, rich pigment. It also makes it really good for deeper skin tones. I have personally found this red in particular to be so pretty because it has a bit of pink to it. So it's not just straight red. I love a true red blush, but you can see this one just has a touch more pink. And if you also watched that red blush video, I tried this on my friend Katie and it looked absolutely beautiful on her. So I think it actually looks better on her than it did on me. So I think as a thank you, I am going to go ahead and pass this along to her. But yeah, just so you guys know, the Color Fuse blushes from House Labs, really good long wear formula, and this shade in particular is definitely approved by me. I also bought this Bio Radiant Gel Powder Highlighter in Rose Quartz from House Labs to use as a blush. And, I haven't honestly used it a ton. And I think it's because I've just been afraid. Like, I'm not a huge lover of a very luminous blush, like especially a powder. But I think it's time to get more use out of this and keep really testing it out. You can see there, like the luminosity isn't from straight glitter and it's relatively soft. There's definitely like an iciness to it, but I think that that's what makes it really interesting. And I definitely don't have another blush or blush topper in my collection like this. So I would like to go ahead and keep it, hopefully get some more use out of it. But I will say this kind of baked gel formula I oftentimes really enjoy. And this one in particular is very, very soft. It's not super, super densely baked the way that some of these other formulas can be. And I do have some other formulas that are similar to this we'll talk about, but this is definitely one that is going to be staying. And I also will say, love this magnetic closure on the House Lab blushes. I love this kind of like bioluminescent packaging. And as a whole, I have been happy with these. So I am going to keep both of them for now. Now, this formula from Essence, the Pure Nude Baked Blush, is way more of like a very traditional baked blush. It's much drier than the kind of gel powder blush formula that we just talked about. So if you're familiar with a baked blush, there's a good chance that you know this formula. This one is pretty dry, I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't look dry on the skin though. This shade as well is very pretty. It's the shade Pretty Peach. So you can see there, these aren't like the most pigmented thing out there, but it has a really nice kind of peachy color to it, a little bit of like a golden luminosity. Truth be told, I feel like I like a little bit more pigment, but these do work well as like a blush topper or a blush to set cream product. I'm not really reaching for it a ton, I'll be honest. And I think I understand why, because I have found my perfect peach blush with a little bit of luminosity to it. So it makes sense why I don't reach for this one. I think I am going to declutter it just because I want to be real with myself. So I am going to go ahead and pass this along. Should we go ahead and talk about that peach blush that I was just referencing? My favorite, which is the Soft Pop Powder Blush from Makeup by Mario. This is the shade Creamy Peach, and you can just see by the shape that it's in that it is well loved. And the reason I love it is that it's one of those blushes. You can throw it on, run out the door, and it always looks good. It does get a little bit of hard pan sometimes, you can see there, and that's because I kind of like set my makeup with it. It's a beautiful formula, in my opinion, because you can see just the way it swatches. It has a very beautiful, vibrant color. You can absolutely build it up, but that luminosity is so, so soft and it ends up just bringing a life to the cheeks. It doesn't read as sparkle. It reads as like just really nice, moisturized, vibrant skin. I'm a cream product person through and through, so I love when my skin looks like it just has that luminosity and that life.
And this is a powder that's able to give me that look. Not that it looks truly like a cream, but I always find that it not only lasts beautifully on the skin, but I just find that I love the way my skin looks when I have it on, like the quality of my skin. So that is a big overarching theme you will see when I am doing these powder product declutters. Powder blushes need to make the quality of my skin look better because cream blushes do. So if they're going to compete, they have to be pretty special, especially because I do have more dry skin. So this is one that I absolutely love and lasts all day. Let's get on the topic of another like gel baked formula. This one is one of like, this is a deep cut when it comes to this formula. These have been around for a long time, and I definitely feel like they're one of those like, if you know, you know, the Cheek Pop blushes from Clinique are beautiful. Please sound down below if you have been a fan of these, if you have been a makeup lover for a long time and you know like the lore of these blushes. I would love to hear from you. But essentially, these are like a gel baked formula. So here they both are. Let me give you a swatch of Nude Pop first. Now, I was kind of debating between getting Nude Pop and Black Honey Pop or even Cola Pop. I've looked at Cola Pop for a really long time, but there you go. That is like a very light swatch. I can build it up for you a little bit. These are definitely buildable. This shade in particular is more sheer and good for someone, I would say, with very fair skin that wants a very light peachy beige. This is for the no blush blush people. And do you see like that soft luminance that it has? Very, very pretty. Pansy Pop has a little bit more pigment to it. You can see there it even has the same kind of luminosity in the formula that Nude does, but it's just so pretty. This is a great shade if you want to add a bit of pop directly to like the apples of the cheeks. And don't be afraid of like a lavender blush. What a lavender will often do is just kind of help with any like dull or sallow looking areas on your skin. But yeah, so those are the two shades that I have. Very interested in some other shades. Just, you know, with so much makeup to try, it's hard to go back and purchase other shades. But I am going to be keeping Pansy Pop just because I love adding this to the apples of the cheeks. And as far as Nude Pop goes, I personally wish that there was a little bit more pigment to this shade in particular. I do find myself wishing that I had gone with Black Honey. Granted, this is very, very pretty, especially if you have like a fair, warm skin tone. But again, a lot of you know how I wear blush. I wear a lot of it and I do like a little bit more pigment. So I think I am going to go ahead and declutter this shade. These are another one of those kind of like deep cut blushes for me. These Buxom blushes, the Wanderlust primer infused blushes, another blush rec for those of you with oily skin or just blush just doesn't last on you. I kind of find that this is the case that blush is like one of the first things to go. These Buxom blushes just really stay put. In particular, the shade Dolly is my favorite. I have loved this one for a long time. And you can see, like, I still have a good bit of it left because it's pretty pigmented. It's just, you know, it wants to last on the skin. I also have the shade Seashells as well, but there is the shade Dolly. I love Dolly. It kind of like warms up on the skin a little bit. You can see there, like, you would think it was very mauve, but I find that it has a little bit more warmth once it's actually on the cheeks, and it just lasts. And you can see even from like the texture, it has this really, again, very soft, lifelike effect on the skin. And this has been, you know, a holy grail blush of mine for a long time. So one that has definitely also stood the test of time for me. Love it. I don't love this shade as much.
the shade Seashells. If anything, that kind of reminds me of a little bit more of like a pigmented version of the Nude Pop from Clinique. So could be a good option if you are looking for something like this. I don't reach for blush shades like this very much because they don't give much of a pop. This is so beautiful though as like a blush bronzer kind of shade. So I think I might keep it for now and see if I can get a little bit more use out of it. And honestly, if I didn't love the formula so much, I probably wouldn't do that. But let's see. Very beautiful blush formula. I really, really hope that Buxom still makes these. If they do, I will leave them linked down below. Of course, I'll leave all of the products that I'm talking about linked down below. For now, both of these are going to be staying in the collection. Now, this is a blush I haven't used in a while. It's from Pat McGrath, and it is the Fabulous Flirtatious and Sexquisite Seductions blush. But what's it actually called? Oh, it's called the Skin Fetish Blush, Divine Blush, and this is the shade Flirtatious. And again, this is a very pretty, kind of like beigey pink blush. Very soft, definitely for those of you with more fair skin. And I will say this texture, I don't know if you can really see when I put my finger into it, like silky kind of quality that it has. It is very skin loving on the skin. It just looks really pretty. And that shade, it has a little bit more pink to it that I'm kind of noticing, like a little bit of a purple pink beige thing going on. A very unique color. I don't think I can keep all of these. Like I'm thinking about it. I don't think I can keep this one and keep the buxom in seashells. So one of these has got to go. So let me give this one another swatch. I don't know. They're actually a lot more different than I initially thought. But we'll see how the rest of the declutter goes. I do know that I can declutter this Misha Cotton Blush in the shade Mama's Camel Coat. Again, you can see it's like very in line with like these beigey blushes that I've been swatching for you guys, and it's just not enough pigment for me. It kind of like disappeared right into my skin. And, you know, honestly, a lot of Korean or K-beauty products, they tend to lean lighter on the pigment. And for me personally, I like a little bit more pigment. I don't need it to be insanely pigmented, but this is just not enough pigment for me. Kind of makes sense to have this kind of pigmentation level, I think. If you do have very fair skin and you're scared of blush, I can see you maybe liking this. And I have been kind of intrigued by the blue shade within this line. There are like very interesting shades within the cotton blushes, but to be honest, this was not a good shade selection for me. So I am going to go ahead and declutter it. Let's talk more red blush. This is Exhibit A from NARS and definitely has more pigment than something like the cotton blush that we just talked about. Definitely more pigment. This shade is beautiful if you have more of a warm skin tone, especially like a medium to deep skin tone. But I gotta tell you guys, it's a pretty iconic red blush in my opinion. And I highly, highly suggest that if you have been eyeing it and it feels like something that you would like, I do recommend trying it or at least giving it a swatch in person. It lasts really, really well, completely matte, which is great if you don't like any like visible sparkle. And again, because it has a little bit of orange to it, I find that I do think that someone with a little bit more of a warm undertone is just going to find that it really makes their cheeks pop. On me personally, I have loved it. You can see like I'm going back to blend it out and it still like has a decent amount of pigment and almost like kind of a stain or staying power to it. So a great one for more oily skin as well. It is just a really good one. I almost wish that they gave you the option to like buy this in a mini. I know they have minis, but I couldn't find this shade in the mini only because this is going to last me forever. You know, there's no way that I'm going to go through the entire thing.
But yeah, and by the way, this is the new formula of the NARS blushes. I do like it. I will say it's not like the silkiest blush I've ever put on. It is more thin and densely pressed. I do find that it really adheres well to the skin. It has great staying power. So if that is like a main priority for you, I do think that the formula is good for that. We'll talk about my favorite, like all-time favorite red blush in a powder. Actually, honestly, it's my favorite red blush ever, like between creams and powders, I think. But we'll talk about that one in a second. Next, let's talk about another one of these like cool gel baked formulas. This is from RMS. It's the shade Maiden's Blush, and it's in the Redimension Hydra Powder. I think if you are a fan of this formula from Clinique, the cheek pops, I think there's a good chance that you will like this formula from RMS. I did have the opportunity to go into, it was either Credo or Blue Mercury, and swatch a bunch of these shades. The shades are beautiful. They are very, very pretty. Some of like there's kind of, I think it's called like Sparkling Bellini, or gosh, why can't I think of it? Fizzy Sangria. There are some shades that I was very, very tempted to purchase. This shade is great for like that bronzy nude kind of shade. This was in Best of Beauty runner-ups last year because I just really enjoyed it and got a lot of use out of it. Luminosity is very pretty, and I would say like this is the grown-up version of the Rare Beauty luminous blushes. Like the pearl is very fine, so I think if you like a very luminous cheek but you don't want it to be sparkly and unflattering, these are what I would lead you towards. Anyway, I do really like this shade though, so I am going to keep this one for now. This is another one of the red blushes that I tried for my red blush video, where I tried out like basically every red blush from Sephora. So if you love red blush, I tried out a bunch of powders and creams. I'll leave that video link down below, but this was one of the ones that I tried, the Prism Libre blush. I think it's called Flanelle Ruby. Whenever I try and speak French on my channel, it is never a good thing for anyone, and mostly just embarrassing for me. Here we are. There are 4 different shades in here, and then they come to be like one really pretty coral red. This formula is beautiful. It's very long lasting, all over the cheeks and onto the nose. It's perfection. It gives such a pretty like sunburnt effect. For all those reasons, I'm just surprised that more people don't know about it. I do wonder if Givenchy had come out with this in like a compact, like a pressed version, if more people would try it and love it and use it. But either way, it is a beautiful, beautiful formula. And you can see like the way that color comes to life. And it's it's just so beautiful. The luminosity that comes off of this blush is not from a visible sparkle. And if you know Givenchy and you know like the Prism Libre formulas, then you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to explain, or like typically I can look very closely at the formula and see, oh, I see a lot of those like little sparkles. Everything is so finely milled, like pretty much each pigment is so soft and like obliterated. Not obliterated even in a bad way. It's just they're all so fine. There's no way that you could even see this as more than just like a very skin-like, beautiful, vibrant powder. There's nothing that would make you think that this is sparkly. And I just don't know how they do it. They are very good at what they do over at Givenchy as far as their powders go. You know, as someone with dry skin, their Prism Libre powder is one of the only powders that I can actually even use. And the blush did not disappoint. I know a product is good when I can see it working on a lot of different people with a lot of different skin tones and skin types. So this is another crowd pleaser. Highly, highly recommend this one. And ultimately, it is pretty customizable as well. I don't really do that, but it is an option. This is certainly going to be staying in my collection. This little blush is going to go. It is the Pastel Cushion Blusher from FMGT. I think, yeah, this is a Korean brand. So light in pigmentation, but I wanted to love it because I just love the kind of paper, like very vintage look of it. And also, I just, love K-beauty in general. But this one just has kind of underwhelmed me. I will say right there, it kind of is reminding me of Coral from Dior. Like, I'm kind of like, wait a second, do I need to give this a revisit? And the worst part about it is that we could do that right now, but I lost it. I lost my Rosy Glow blush from Dior in the shade Coral. I don't know where it is. I have like a bunch of the other shades and we'll talk about them in a second. I'm looking at this and it's reminding me so much of it. Like it has that little bit of like fluorescence to it that just works really well as that pop of color for the cheeks, like right on the apples of the cheeks. So I was about to come on here and talk a little bit of shit on this blush, but honestly, I think I'm gonna keep it because it just kind of like clicked for me. I'll keep you posted. If I found a dupe for my beloved Dior Coral Blush, that will be kind of insane to me, but we'll just have to see. I gotta say though, either way, I do think this like paper kind of packaging is nice. I'd like to see more brands do like the paper packaging on the outside. All right, let's go ahead and talk Dior just because, again, I have four usually blushes from Dior that I love. These are the Rosy Glow blushes, and this is the shade Cherry, my most used red blush that I own because it balances a really vibrant red, slightly coral shade with a formula that isn't overly pigmented. So it just kind of makes, you can see it there, it just makes it really easy for me to like pop on the skin. It does have a little bit of hard pan. This formula is prone to hard panning, but there it is. I'll give you a little bit of a bigger swatch. It is beautiful. If you love that sunburnt flush, that I've been out in the sun look, if you are in general just a fan of red blushes, or you want a red blush that you can kind of like very easily get a beautiful flush with like more of a medium pigmentation, I highly recommend this one. Last year, this was probably my most used blush. This year, it's probably like within like my top three most used blushes. And I review makeup, guys. So like the fact that I want to reach for this so often, and I do, says a lot. It's just perfection. Certainly going to be keeping this, obviously. But I do have two other shades. I have the shade Rosewood, and I don't know about this shade. Again, the hard pan on these is annoying. Like, I don't think that it's my favorite thing about these. I really gotta dig in this one because the hard pan on that one's pretty significant. But there's the color. You can see the color right there. Very, very pretty. I don't think mahogany has any hard pan though. And this shade is so underrated. Be such a beautiful contour on deeper skin, but I love using it like all over the lips, on the eyes. It's a very, very unique color. Really, really pretty, cool tone. Kind of scraped off a little bit of the hard pan to hopefully actually give you guys a good swatch of Rosewood. There you go. That's a better swatch of Rosewood. Ironically, kind of reminds me of Dolly from Buxom, and I know that I love that shade, and we'll get more use out of Dolly. So I think I'm going to go ahead and declutter Rosewood from Dior. Even though it's beautiful, I just want to get the most use out of it, and then I am going to keep Mahogany, and hopefully I am going to find Coral. Again, I have no idea where it is, but I will say that Coral from Dior started my love of that formula, and it is absolutely beautiful. So I did recently get four of the Fenty Beauty Fenty Cheek Suede Powder blushes in the mail, but here are the four shades that they sent me. My favorite is this shade, and I've been using it a ton recently. It's the shade Petal Poppin'. Really beautiful, vibrant pink, and it's such like a silky kind of texture. You can kind of see it like in the pan, that like silkiness. You can see it like once you mess with the embossing.
but this shade has just been a go-to for me. Very smooth, vibrant, and long wearing. And I find that these just blend so much easier than the previous Fenty blushes that I tried. So I have tried out the Cheeks Out cream blushes, and those didn't really work for me. I just was not a fan of the blend. I felt like they always looked just a little bit off, like a little bit patchy. But these are a different story. And the longevity is there, which is amazing. This is the shade Drama Class. Yeah, Drama Class. It's the purple one. I am going to keep this one. I actually wore it on my in my crease on my eyes the other day and it looked beautiful. Such a unique purple shade as well because it has a little bit of a shift to it. It's more of a cooler toned purple and it's not straight lavender. Like I think a lot of brands kind of go this lavender route, but this is going to work better on like deeper skin tones. And for me personally, I just found it really pretty, like put very softly into the crease. It just added this cool tone kind of note that I found to be just very unexpected in the look and very pretty. You can see all of them have this great life to them as well. There's a luminosity without looking chunky or distracting. Now these two shades, I have What a Brat as well as this shade Summertime Wine. Now I haven't swatched either of these, but I feel like I should only keep one. So I'm gonna have to swatch them just to decide which one I want to keep. So this one looks really luminous. Oh goodness. I don't know. That looks more like a blush topper to me. I want to put that on my eyes, like right now. That is beautiful. That is way, way more sparkle than these two guys. Like that is like, that's got sparkle to it. And it makes me curious, honestly, because that looks like alone just a really, really beautiful like shadow. Like this looks like an eyeshadow to me. I don't know how that's gonna look on the cheeks though. And then again, we have Summertime Wine. Such a like silky formula. Look at that. Look at that on the finger. So you can see the comparison there. You can see way more like sparkle to What a Brat and then Summertime Wine. These are beautiful. I'm like very hyped about them. This is a gorgeous shade. I honestly, okay, don't kill me, guys. I'm gonna be a little bit bad. I'm going to be a little bad here. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep all of them. I think I want to try out this one like on an Instagram reel. Like I feel like I just have to see this on the cheeks and on the eyes. So stay tuned. Make sure you're following me over on Instagram. Especially if you like, I do a lot of like mini reels and tutorials over there and like quick product reviews. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and keep this one and this one and this one because I love it the most, as well as this one. I do think that I'm going to finally declutter my Heaven's Glow blushes from Cosmetics. It's just because this, again, it's like this kind of baked formula is just not something I really reach for. I find that it just doesn't necessarily speak to me is the best way I can like put it. I don't reach for them, so they're kind of sitting here. This is the shade Venetian Rose. Oh gosh, I don't know how that all got there. This is the shade Venetian Rose. Very, very pretty shades. And Faded Clementine was always a favorite of mine. Really unique shade as well, but I just don't reach for them. I do not reach for them. I know I will not have an issue finding a new home for these. I can definitely pass this one along. This is the Best Blush from Jones Road in the shade Pop. And the reason is that it has not even been swatched. It hasn't been touched. I don't think I'm gonna swatch it for you guys just because, you know, this is like a completely new product that someone could have. But there it is. It's like that really pretty baby pink color that everyone kind of goes crazy over. Is it my go-to kind of color? No. But is it pretty? Absolutely. I think someone else will really love this one. And also, I gotta say, that's pretty small. I don't know, how many grams is this?
This is 0.08 grams. That is not much product at all. I mean, for example, the Makeup by Mario, this is 0.15 grams. You get double the amount. Jones Road should be giving us more product, in my opinion. But yeah, someone else can go ahead and get some more use out of this one. Next up, we have Patrick Ta. I'm really excited about the new Patrick Ta foundation. I wasn't a huge fan of the cream one, so I'm excited to see what Patrick Ta does with the liquid. But these are the Double Take Cream and Powder blushes. And of course, I basically picked up the two shades that like you don't need both. So this is the She's the Moment newer shade. It's like, I think it's described as like a coral, potentially. And then Do We Know Her, which is basically the same thing. I mean, yes, there's a little bit of a difference, like as far as saturation goes. This is definitely a little bit more muted, but like at the end of the day, they are so similar. Do We Know Her has been a favorite for a really long time. So if you don't know this formula, you take the powder, you put it all over the cheeks, and then you add this cream right on top, and it kind of adds this beautiful little life to the cheeks, and they last forever. So blendable, really a perfect kind of summertime flush. And I've recommended it and loved it for years. Very, very flattering on me. But this new one, see, this is the powder version, and it's way more, the powder itself is a little more fluorescent. Like that definitely has more of a brightening effect. But the cream, as you can see, is so similar to the other cream. Very, very similar. I think what I'm going to do is I've only used this like once or twice, honestly. I think I'm going to apply them like one to each cheek and then make a decision on which one I want to keep and which one I want to declutter. Because I certainly don't need both. And I think that because this formula is so good, that someone is going to like absolutely love it and get a ton of use out of it. I just need to decide which one to keep and which one needs to go. But for now, I'm going to keep both until I figure that out. The old Sephora Colorful Blushes. This is the old packaging, and then this is the new. This is the shade Date Night. They don't have it anymore, I don't think, which is a bummer because it's like a really unique shade in my opinion. Kind of like obnoxious lavendery pink shade that I think is really good for like the very apple of the cheek. And I have this shade Sweet on You, which is one of the newer shades, and it's more of this peachy kind of color. Definitely a touch of a luminosity to that one, but for me, I reach for a brightening shade like this a lot more than I do this one, only because this top shade. And also, no one can get this anymore, so I don't really like to keep products that you guys can't get unless I really, really love it. Like, if I'm very much like obsessed and can't let go, then I'll keep a product that you guys can't get anymore. But if it's one of these that I really like and I see someone getting use out of it, and I don't want it to sit here while I'm not using it because I don't want to use it on camera if you guys can't get it, then it means that it's, you know, grounds for declutter. So I am going to go ahead and declutter Date Night, but I'm definitely keeping Sweet on You. It's just so nice. Very, very pretty. And I do like the new formula of the colorful blushes from Sephora more. This was my favorite shade by far that I tried. And do you guys see how, like, for my warm skin, how this just adds a kind of a vibrance to my skin a little bit more than a shade like that? That's just, that's my opinion though. I think I look really good in like more corally peach shades. It's fun to play with other colors, but I do just to know myself, and that's what I end up kind of like defaulting to. Now, these blushes from Well People are very pretty. They're the Super Powder blushes. This shade and the shade Guava Twist is very unique. They do kind of, they're reminiscent of the Hourglass blushes, even in the pigmentation, like
They're more buildable. That shade, it just gets me every time. It's very, very pretty. And then this other shade, Wild Fig. I remember this being like a pretty unique shade. I haven't worn it though in a while. Gosh, yeah. It's one of those like beigey mauve shades. It's very, very unique. Again, kind of a la Seashells from Buxom or even Flirtatious from Pat McGrath. Actually, let me give you a swatch of this versus Flirtatious from Pat McGrath because I feel like they're pretty similar. It would be nice if I found like another option for you guys. Actually, very similar. I think there's a little bit more mauve to the one from Well People, but that's like, oh, that is so close. There you go, guys. You can pick up the one from Well People. It's a great formula, by the way, over the one from Pat McGrath if you think you can get away with it. I think I'm going to keep this for now and potentially do like a little reel with it to like, you know, just do a little dupe alert kind of thing. So for now, I'm going to keep both. And then after that, I'm going to need to decide which one of these I keep. So there is decluttering happening. It just might not all happen in, like, all the decisions might not necessarily be happening in this video. Now, this one has kind of stayed in my collection for a very long time, almost as like a memory piece, I guess. It is the Earthly blush from Burberry. I bought this and it was like the most expensive piece of makeup that I had ever bought. And it was just like this absolutely beautiful bronzer. I'll probably get more into this in my bronzer powder video, but I am notoriously picky with powder bronzers, even more picky than with my blushes. And I don't think that that is a coincidence. I think that brands just get so many things wrong with powder bronzer. So anyway, this was one of the only bronzers, and by the way, this is technically a blush from Burberry, but it was one of the only shades that actually worked on my skin that I could find because so many just looked orange. But you can see this one definitely had more coolness and neutrality, and that's, you know, really what made it unique. But you can't get it anymore, and I've had it for a very long time. I'm telling you guys, this is like, I think this is like 8 years old. This is so old. It does say the shelf life is 36 months. So that like really ain't bad. Anyway, I do think I need to finally let this one go. This Giorgio Armani blush, it's the Luminous Silk Glow Blush. It's the shade 30. I've used this maybe once. I don't know what's going on here. Like, I don't know what happened, why I haven't picked it back up, but it's a beautiful shade. You can see it right there. Really, really gorgeous, vibrant kind of tangerine. And this is the time to wear a tangerine blush. Like, it's still technically summer, even though we're like slowly drifting into fall, but like now is the time. So I am gonna keep it for now, but I will say like my instinct is if you're going for like luxury blushes, that like the Givenchy or the Dior would be where I would lead you. Just because those were very much like love at first use, have become like all-time favorites. Whereas this one, like I remember using it and it looking pretty, but not like super, super memorable. So I just gotta like keep using it, keep getting a feel for that one. I think I'm going to declutter my Persona blush, the Super Blush in the shade Terracotta, only because there's just not enough red in here for me. This feels way more like a bronzer kind of shade. And if I used it as a bronzer, it would be way too yellow for me. Like that would look pretty mustardy on my skin. So for that reason, I am going to declutter it. And also I wish it was like a little bit more densely pressed, just because it gives off a lot of product very fast. And it also has a lot of pigment. So I think, at least for me, I wish it was, again, slightly more densely pressed because I do like the pigment. Like, I like that it's more pigmented. But yeah, unfortunately, I think I decluttered the wrong shade in my last declutter. Like, I'm almost positive I had another shade of this. And I thought that I would use this shade more, but I think I would have used like a pink or a peach more than this one. So that's unfortunate. Let's talk about some blurring blush formulas. I have 3 different ones here. Yeah, I have three different ones here. I have one from Tom Ford, a Too Faced blurring blush, as well as one from Nabla. So I'm gonna first start with Tom Ford. This is the Sun Drunk Shade and Illuminate blush. This is very, very pretty. It's beautiful. However, I would not buy it unless you can find it on sale because it's just like, I don't know, it's like the most expensive blush that I've ever bought, I think. And I don't think it's worth the money for like what it is. It does not look like much in a swatch. And I'm sorry about that, but it does look very different on the skin. That's kind of been like an issue in the past because I like try to give people a swatch, but I can't really. Again, because of the way they like pick up on the finger and swatch, it doesn't do it justice. I do think that this is very pretty. I do enjoy it. I think though that if I had like a friend in my life that I wanted to treat and like again, if any of my friends are watching, they would like this, I would be happy to give it up just because it does feel like Tom Ford is precious. It's a little more luxury and it could be nice to like treat someone to use this and like obviously get a little bit more use out of it. Anyway, this is a very long-winded way of saying, even though it's beautiful, I can imagine someone else savoring it a little more. I guess that is what I mean. Love the packaging too. Like, ugh, it is delightful. I also think I'm going to declutter this blush from Too Faced, the blurring blush, only because the shade is just not one that I'm really reaching for. The formula is so similar to the one from Tom Ford. Like all of these formulas are so similar. I will say the Too Faced one smells divine. It smells so good. It kind of smells like a slightly floral sunscreen in like the best way. This is the shade Head in the Clouds, by the way. But yeah, it's just not my favorite shade. So I'm gonna go ahead and declutter it. Am, however, going to keep the close-up blush from Nabla. These just released. This is the shade Paradise, and it is just a very pretty, vibrant tangerine shade, and I see myself using this the most out of all three of them. Granted, I love that Sundrunk shade from Tom Ford and have gotten good use out of it, but I think I'm going to get more questions about this one, so I'm going to keep this one for now. And I've been honestly really impressed by the formula. It is so thin. It's nice and like blurring and silicone heavy, but still thin, thin. Like these both, the Too Faced and the Tom Ford, both have like a creaminess. They're still very finely milled, but the Nabla is very densely pressed, so you can really like feather it onto the skin in a really nice way that I like. So I'm gonna keep that one for now, and I think I'm going to declutter the Peony Rosy Blush from Floralysis. What formula does this remind me of though? This is the Floralysis Peony Blush, Peony Rosy, and you guys, look at that. So pretty. Speaking of blurring blushes, like this almost has like a putty quality to it with a powder. I need to pull this back out because that is beautiful, guys. I don't know where this one has been hiding, but this one needs to be tried out like immediately. Intrigued by the formula. You know, when you see the product when you just pull it out, it doesn't like, you wouldn't expect it to have this like creaminess to it, but it feels almost like a cream powder duo, like the Patrick Ta almost. Very interesting. So I think I'm gonna need to keep this one for investigation purposes. Also, there is something very like 80s living room or 90s living room about this. Like, or I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of like the old 90s drink cups, like that had that kind of like teal tie-dye look. Like that's what this is reminding me of for some reason. Oh, and it also matches my nails. Maybe that's why I like it. Benefit Dallas. Oh my goodness. This again was one of my most used blush bronzers before I could really find a good shade for me. Because look at that. It is a beautiful bronzer color for more fair skin. And it doesn't like stamp out a ton of pigment right away, which
I think is really essential, especially if the pigments themselves feel very thick. This is not only densely pressed, but the pigmentation is buildable. So I just found it to be very easy to work with and kind of like fuss free and foolproof. Discontinued it, which is a bummer. I think this is again one of those like deep cut cult classic kind of products. Like it's not necessarily a cult classic, but I think that there will be some of you that remember this. And if you remember Benefit Dallas, if you have been a fan in the past, please leave me a comment down below. I would love to hear from you. But yeah, it has been a good one and I have loved it for a long time, but I think it finally needs to leave my collection. And I think I'm also going to pass along the Burt's Bees blush because you can't get it anymore. It's the shade Toasted Cinnamon and it's just a bit too orange for me. So this Burt's Bees blush is going to go, and I'm also going to go ahead and declutter this one from Chanel, just because I'm pretty sure the new formula has changed, and I really do love this. It's the shade Rose Bronze. It's a absolutely beautiful shade. It's very like very natural on my skin. I have really loved it for the time that I've had it. You see how it's a little more understated, but it does have like, it has that something. But again, I'm pretty sure the formula changed. So I can't necessarily recommend this without knowing if you guys can get it. So I think I'm going to declutter it for that reason, even though I do like it. Just because I don't think I'm going to go out and purchase like a full new one just to be able to recommend this one. Like that just doesn't necessarily make sense for me right now. But just know that I do really like this shade if it is the same shade. And I think it's time to do some organizing. All right, so let's organize the blushes that I am going to declutter. You guys, I think we did a pretty good job here. I decluttered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 blushes. I think, you know what? I'm gonna say that's pretty good. I think we did a pretty good job on that. Let's go ahead and organize now the blushes that I am keeping. Oh, I am going to declutter the Burt's Bees as well. Okay, and these are the blushes that I am going to be keeping. I hope you all enjoyed today's declutter. I know that I had a lot of fun doing it. Again, let me know down below some of your favorite blushes that I talked about in today's video. I would love to see like kind of the standout favorites. And also feel free to subscribe if you guys want to see more declutter because I have a lot coming up. But overall, thank you guys so much for being here, especially if you made it to the end. Thank you. I really appreciate you. And I will see you in my next one.